How's everyone doing today? Are you having an historic and solemn election night? Do you exist in the contrast of the thing that does the stuff? I've heard that's pretty cool. Let's get the audio. How's that? Can you hear the vibes, chat? This is a good indication of the kind of vibe I'm going for. My fellow Missourian, I'm so sorry that our state has fallen. Fallen? I mean, it's less that it's fallen and more that it hasn't gotten up. At least as far as I know. I hate the word vibe. Sounds like someone needs a vibe check. I have removed existence from my vocab. Now I just... pop sound. And yeah, for those watching on YouTube who I guess might need some context, I don't know, it depends if I put this up or what I title it or whatever, which I guess depends on how well election night goes. But it is currently November 5th, 2024. The American presidential election is fully underway. This is a Tuesday, which is normally a day I would play Yu-Gi-Oh! But I knew that I wasn't going to be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! On a day like... what was it? I'm supposed to be starting the ladder climb for Ritual Beasts. That deck's hard enough without people popping in to ask me like, oh, what do you think about Indiana going for Trump? Oh, what did you hear about this ballot measure passing? What do you think about X winning election? Like, that shit is going to be all day, every day. Not every day, but all night. And I decided, you know what? Let's just lean into it. If you don't know, if you're not a patron, the Ritual Beast ladder climb will start tomorrow. We'll be doing a bonus stream tomorrow. So you'll still be getting your weekly Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just it's going to be a day later. If anything, you're getting extra streams. Because this week, instead of just Tuesday and Thursday, we're getting the Tuesday election stream, Wednesday ladder climb stream, Thursday ladder climb stream, and Friday will be Masochist. So 4 days of Hardleg. What's the most American archetype? Rockets, I guess, because they're a bunch of guns. That makes sense. I bought this donut beforehand to give me energy, and I thought after sitting in a bag for a while, all the icing would be, like, solidified, but it seems to have melted. Kashtira, UA, possibly. Here, one moment. I think I need to turn on the AC. It's actually getting kind of hot in here. It's not hot in here. It just feels hot. And yeah, it looks like this is updating in real time. So we don't have to watch it necessarily. Yep. There we go. We just move everything. I got a couple other tabs in case we want to go. And I'm really, I've never done this before during the election, so I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go. Maybe the stream will be mostly Balatro. Maybe we'll get on like a tangent talking about stuff. But either way today, chat, I'm gonna try to do a chill stream. If you're stressed about the politics, if you're stressed about the election, I'm not gonna be sit here like telling you about like, oh, the world is going to end or whatever. What's Balatro? Balatro is like a cross between solitaire and poker and Yu-Gi-Oh! If you like card games, you will like Balatro. A chill stream on election day, best of luck. I've done greater. But yeah, I assume you can see that up there, right? Right now, as far as the official count on Google, Harris has 3 Electoral College votes. Trump has 23. You only started playing recently? Yeah. I still have a lot of stuff. Can you normal summon Alistair and Balatro? Kind of. Is a Alistair more like a jack or a king? Are you using the Friends of Jimbo stuff? I'm not, but I could. Uber Super Sloth resubscribed 14 minutes ago, but I've only been live for 14 minutes. Soul Phrase, thank you. What a day to have an anniversary. I appreciate the sub hype. But yeah, if you're looking at this and you're like, why does Trump have such a lead? It's something we gotta remind people every single year, because this always happens. The places that get counted first are smaller areas, right? Like if they've got, like they count them by the congressional district, and some districts don't have a lot of people there. They're very rural, so everyone can get in and vote, and then they can get them counted like before sundown. So generally what happens is that the conservatives who do better in rural areas will start with an initial lead, and then once you get like a big city and they actually count all the votes there, it'll like jump up by a huge boost. Which some conservatives are like, that's a sign that the Democrats are cheating. And it's like, if the Democrats were cheating, why wouldn't they have a majority in like every place on earth? I don't understand this idea that like, oh, the Democrats have the ability to cheat, but they don't use it. You know, Republicans are still constantly in positions of power. And also, even those Republicans who are running don't seem to believe it's cheating, because they're still urging people to go out and vote, and it's like, if it's stolen, why do we need to vote? Why are you telling people to vote? You should play Dungeons and Degenerates Gamblers. It is all the card games. Maybe, I'm still trying to look at this. Alistair is a jack? Ah, then yeah, you could absolutely summon. Wasn't Trump impeached? How can he just run again? So, the Constitution has very, very vague guidelines on who can hold office. They didn't want to say that, like, a felon can't run for president, or that someone who, like, did X, Y, and Z, it's basically just like an age limit. Once you hit that age, you're allowed to run. Because they knew that if they put something in there where it's like, oh, as soon as you're a felon, or as soon as you get impeached, you're no longer viable, they knew that people would use that as a political tool. All you gotta do is, like, find a way to get them impeached, or to get them convicted of, like, the simplest felony ever, or change the local laws so that X is a felony in that jurisdiction, and then you can get someone you don't like removed from the ballot. It's good in theory, but the assumption, as always, from the founding fathers was that educational systems would continue to improve, and that if you had someone who was twice impeached or was convicted of felonies and it clearly wasn't like a hit job, that no one would vote for them. Unless they had a really good reason. Maybe there should be an age roof. Probably. It sounds weird, but like, I'm wary of adding an age ceiling to being a politician because of sci-fi transhumanist ideas. It's like, that sounds like it makes sense in the modern times, but remember, like, you know, whenever we make a change to a document, it's probably going to stay for like hundreds and hundreds of years. It takes forever to change anything. So like, you set the age limit at like 70, and let's say that like we get some kind of new technology or new breakthrough that allows people to live to be like 200, allows people to put their minds into robot bodies or something like that. Then suddenly it's like you run into a problem where like, oh, well, because people live to be 200, they don't reproduce that much, and we have a smaller generation, and then you might run into a situation where like it's tough to find people. I like the forward thinking, yeah. I think it's better to have term limits than to have an age limit. Which, we do have a term limit for president. You can only be president for two terms. Then you get a Warhammer 40k, yeah. And to be fair, I could see something like that where they're like, if rich people become cyborgs that can live for hundreds of years, I don't want them to be in office for hundreds of years. The Founding Fathers. We trust you people to be smart. You know, it is really interesting because, it's not even that they trusted us to be smart, but, it's that they were very aware that, like, the rules they were making were the best rules for that moment in history, and they kind of assumed that people would, like, the next people coming in wouldn't idolize them as much as they did. There's actually a really interesting letter to and from Thomas Jefferson after he was already president and like he had retired. You know, he was like a 60-year-old man living on a farm, and there was a young senator who was like having this big discussion. I forget what the debate was. It was some like new law or whatever. And, you know, they were arguing back and forth. This is what the Founding Fathers wanted. This is what we should have done. And he's like, well, you know what? I'm going to write to Thomas Jefferson and we'll see what he thinks. And Thomas Jefferson's letter essentially is like, I'm a 60-year-old man. I'm not going to be here for very long. You're a young man. This is your country. You're the one who is going to have to live with the results for the next 50 years. Don't look to me for advice. I'm just like you were. I was just a young guy trying to do the best that I can. I'm not special. I'm not a god king. Your judgment is not any worse than mine. Use your judgment and make the decisions for your people. And he has additional stuff where basically, like, when they made the Constitution, they assumed there would be a lot more amendments to it than there ended up being. And I mean, to be fair, for the first like 50 years, we did amend the Constitution quite a bit. But as it got bigger and money became more entrenched and the system became less about doing stuff and more about not doing stuff, like the amount of amendments that have made to the Constitution have just like dramatically fallen over the years. So now we have this document that's just like woefully, horribly out of date. The only good thing if Trump becomes president is that the Trump saga will be over in 2029. Maybe the age limit is 10 years below the oldest human being? Maybe. Something like that would be interesting. But yeah, Bert, that's the thing. That's why a lot of people are really wary about Trump. Because Trump, he doesn't seem to understand the Constitution, and he doesn't seem to care about the rule of law. He did so many things that it's often easy to forget, but he did a whole bunch of shit that is going to like have long ramifications because he expanded the power of the president way farther than it would ever was before, by leaps and bounds. And, you know, January 6th was a good example where he, you know, and this is not even like speculation, this is like, he told Mike Pence, the vice president, don't certify the election, stall it. And he's like, that's not within my power, that's just a ceremonial role. And he's like, the text is vague. I don't care. Just do it and we'll deal with the fallout afterwards. If we can stall the system, if we can get things off the roadmap that's been established by the Constitution, then we can start making shit up. And that was one of the few things that Congress did pass after he left, was a law basically saying, like, the vice president's role in confirming the election is just ceremonial. He can't actually stop it from happening. It just happens. And so the worry is, especially if he came in again after having lost and being under all these different indictments and everything, that basically there won't be another election next year. He will find some excuse or some way to retain emergency powers. And I remember Republicans saying Obama took presidential power too far. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing, is that every president since World War II has pushed presidential power farther. I'd almost say every single president ever has pushed presidential power farther. They're always trying to do more. But Trump just like what was it? Before Trump, the only time that a president had set a tariff was like World War II. Because it said like, oh, the president can supersede Congress in a state of emergency or I forget if it's a state of emergency or a state of war. And Trump was basically like, well, you know, our economic feud with China constitutes a war. It's an emergency. The people are suffering. Therefore, I'm going to implement tariffs without Congress's express consent. Emergency, not war, yeah. And like, that's just kind of a thing now. There was no repercussion. They haven't changed anything. The Supreme Court is like, yeah, I mean, if he makes an argument that it's an emergency, he can do it. And now every president, that's the thing, is like, he did have to at least make an argument. He's talking about, oh, inflation is up, oh, this is bad, you know, we've got COVID going on, we need to do all this stuff to survive economically. But if Kamala Harris wanted to, or not even Kamala, what was it? I think it was Biden. Biden just went in and was like, yeah, what was it? He didn't remove the tariffs because that wouldn't have helped, but he added like 2 more. He added to the ones that were already there. And then he just signed it and he was like, well, the last one was an emergency, so this one's still an emergency. From now that it's been set as a precedent, it basically becomes like a de facto thing. You can just say it's an emergency and do it. Harris is the VP, she doesn't have any real authority. Not right now. Republicans are gonna freak out about Harris certifying her own election. Any other cases of a president extending their term? No. Yeah, and to be fair, everyone before FDR, like, it wasn't even in the Constitution that there was a term limit. It was just Washington set the precedent. I think it was MBT who said, you know, as he became a lawyer, or as he's going to legal school, the more he learned about constitutional law, the more he's like, you have to realize that a whole lot of high-level stuff when it comes to presidents and Congress is like just gentleman's agreement. It's just the idea that like, no, we're in a position of power, this is important to us, we need to do things right. Like, it's crazy to think that, yeah, for like 100 years or so, every president just decided 2 terms was enough and they stepped down willingly. Precedent, yeah, that's hard to say. Does the president not have the right to just declare something and it happens? I thought they could do that and just didn't out of respect. No. The president does not make laws. Only Congress can make laws. The president can make executive actions. Or executive motions? I forget exactly what they're called. How many people here are too young to vote? I imagine everyone here is old enough to vote. Just like moving the embassy to Jerusalem. Executive orders, yeah. Okay, so executive orders. Because that's the president is in charge of the executive branch. The executive branch's role is to basically, Congress passes a law, and then they give it to the president, and the president is the one who puts it into action. He basically manages, he's basically the manager for the country, right? So like, if they pass an infrastructure law that says like, oh, we're gonna build this many new trains or whatever, it's the president's job to find someone who knows how to build trains and like hire the people and basically do all that. And back in the even back in the olden days, he had the cabinet, if you've heard of like the Department of Labor or the Secretary of Labor, who right now is Pete Buttigieg. The Secretary of Labor is basically an advisor handpicked by the president, whom the president gives the legal authority to like, okay, the law says do this, you have this much tax money, you go find a way to do that. And so he can delegate all his powers out to like these various different departments. An executive order is something that can change the way that is processed. So like, for example, there's, what was it? There's laws about, I'm trying to think of an actual example, but most executive orders, they're always like down in the minutia of things, right? It's a lot of times something like, okay, a law is passed that says we have to audit everyone who makes over like $10 million. Trump could write an executive order that says like, okay, any tax worker or whatever, you're not allowed to work on that until we finish the backlog of all the other IRS taxes. So he can't change the law to say we're not going to do that, and he can't decide that like we're going to audit this instead, but he can choose how it gets implemented. And so by saying like, okay, we're going to do this first, or we're going to pull funding from this section, or like, yes, we're going to do this, but only if we can find like an American contractor to do that, and maybe there's not even an American company that like does whatever the law says. He can essentially like stop things from being enacted or slow them down. And that used to be something that like the first executive orders were like in response to natural disasters, you know? They had to be like, okay, put everything aside, a tornado or an earthquake hit, go deal with this. And now it's like every time a president is elected, the first thing they do is sit down and write like 50 executive orders. Sounds like a warlock patron, yeah. Just imagine the chain links in Yu-Gi-Oh! You have the power to change if to when, yeah. What are some of the problems the presidents claim to hope to fix? The big one that Biden kept trying to do, but the courts kept saying, like, no, you're going too far, no, you're not allowed to do this, is getting rid of student debt. A lot of that debt is in the hands of the government. It's been, like, sold and bought and traded over time, or it's in the thing of grants and stuff like that. So the president could wipe away all of that by basically saying, like, it is no longer in our interest to collect these debts. It would cost more money than it's worth. It's causing more trouble. You know, we're just not going to fulfill this part of it. And they keep trying to find basically different loopholes as an executive order to do that. But the president, it's strange because, like, in theory, the president doesn't actually do a whole lot. He's more of like a figurehead. His job is mostly supposed to be interacting with other heads of state. You know, if we need to negotiate something with Russia, the president is the guy who goes and talks in our stead. if we go to war, he's the top-down person planning out the strategy. He's the commander-in-chief. But his actual power to, like, do anything is supposed to be limited. It's just that, again, over the years, now he has the power to do stuff, but, a lot of Americans vastly underestimate, like, what can be done. And the problem, of course, is that because everything's so tangled up in such a legal mess at this point, with all these different court cases and interacting things, you can't, like, it's hard to say, like, what was it? Kamala Harris just put out a thing saying that she wants to legalize marijuana, or get rid of the stigma of it, or something like that. And it's like, does she have the power to do that? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, she controls, the ATF, the FBI, and the CIA are all part of the executive branch. So, theoretically, she could be like, we're not going to enforce this, or we're going to make it low priority, and it wouldn't make marijuana illegal, but it would de facto make it legal. It's already legal in some places, yeah. She might be able to, I'm not sure if she has the power to change it from, drugs are on a different scale called schedule. I believe a Schedule 1 drug is like heroin, a Schedule 2 drug is like morphine, and Schedule 3 is like, aspirin or something. So, Schedule 1 is, absolutely illegal under all circumstances. Schedule 2 is, there are some medical things, but you need to have a license for it. So, I think she could move marijuana from, a Schedule 1 to a 2 to a 3. And then, it would still be a controlled substance, as someone's saying, you can't go and buy a whole bunch of NyQuil. The government has the ability to regulate that. But you can just go and buy it, and you don't need a license or whatever for it. The president doesn't have a lot of power, but they always promise to do so much. The big thing is that whoever wins the presidency, usually they also, because that's the thing, right? When the presidential election happens, you're also electing 1/3 of Congress and 1/3 of the Senate. And whoever wins the presidential election usually also wins big in those areas, because the people coming out to vote for president will also vote for that. So the president promising to do things is usually a party line. It's, they're coming down here to be like, this is what the Democratic Party will do when I'm in power. If you elect me, most likely that'll come along with most of Congress. And then that's the other thing that the president kind of does, is they can direct stuff. They can be like, look, this is a problem. They can basically make suggestions to Congress. Be like, this is what I would like you to do. Write up a law for it and I'll pass it. Like Class A, Class B drugs, yeah. I don't know the exact terms, but I think the president can change the classification. So she might be able to turn marijuana into such a weak classification of drug that it would be up to state laws to regulate it. How do you know so much about this? Just super interesting. Most of it's because I was just interested in history. And then I kind of became more involved in politics, and then when I started a politics channel, I just read a whole lot more about all this stuff. And it's one of those things that, once I became involved in politics, I sort of realized, this is possibly the most important thing that you could get involved with. It's so weird to me that politics is seen as, this niche study, because I feel like math and reading, politics should be, up there. Because when you think about it, politics is deciding the rules to life. Is the thing that you want to do legal or illegal? Will you be able to be put into jail for it? Are we gonna ladder climb tonight? No. I've decided we're going to put the ladder climb off till tomorrow because there'd be too many political questions. Too much things I wanted to discuss. Oh, to the map update. Do I have to refresh? Oh, wow. Yep. Kamala's lead. If she can flip Texas blue, holy shit. It's Jover. Refreshes every hour. I feel that way about philosophy. I mean, that's, you know, it's philosophy. It's, what was it? Here's the way to understand it, because I think this puts almost everything into perspective. When you talk about, like, the police and the military, what are they really, deep down? They are the people who can use violence without repercussion. They have the mandate to use violence, and if you fight back against them, you are just in more trouble. Is that a blue? I mean, they're still counting it. It's not done yet. Only 9% reporting in. But again, they count the rural areas first, so if it's already leaning towards that, it might go even higher. But yeah, so the police have an exclusive right to violence. They can use it, other citizens cannot. Who determines what the police can do? The laws. And who writes the laws? The politicians. So whether or not you get put in jail for doing what you like, whether or not, you know, whether or not, like, the things you enjoy are illegal, like, all that comes down to, like, politics. It's, you know, you buy a pack of cards, and it has a certain number of tax to it. If you think that's too expensive, too bad. You have to pay it. You are forced to. If you don't pay it, you have violated the law, and the state will use violence to take away your stuff, or take away, like, they'll either take your money away, or they'll take your freedom away. If you understand politics, especially in a democracy, then you can control the rules of, you know, what is illegal and what's legal. And I can't think of anything that would be, like, more important. Like, no matter what you want to do in your life, being able to express some sway over politics is going to help you. They could ban Yu-Gi-Oh! They could. Yu-Gi-Oh! Could be considered gambling. Gambling is illegal in some places. That's actually one of the things they're voting on in Missouri. I wonder if they have, like... No, they don't have the other stuff. But yeah, my state, one of the things we're voting on is whether or not to legalize sports gambling. If only they did that with loot boxes. They could. Hello everyone, what's your prediction? I remember night one last time, Trump was the winner, but in the following days, some swing states, Biden took the lead. Yeah. Trump usually claim... We talked about this before, but it's worth repeating. When they count things... Let's see if we can zoom in. Hopefully you can see it from there. Actually, here, let's just make this bigger for me real quick, since we're talking about it. When they count a state like Indiana, it's broken into all these little districts. Oh, I guess we're no longer starting soon. I guess we've started. They count all the all the districts are tallied independently. Or all the counties. Counties, districts, whatever you want to call them. And so, which counties get counted first? The ones that have the least amount of people. The fewer ballots there are, the faster they are to count. So the rural counties usually end up being counted before nightfall. Downtown Indianapolis, which is fucking huge and has millions of people, that's gonna take a little while. It's gonna be some time before they get the millions upon millions of votes that are like in that city counted. But the cities tend to go blue. So what'll happen is like, a state will get all its, this place way out in the middle of nowhere, this place like on the border with Ohio that's probably out in the woods, like, those have like 500 people, they've been counted. They're good. And then sometime around midnight, they'll get the other ones, and some states can flip because the cities have so many different people. Indianapolis could turn blue, probably not. They're already calling it as the winner because most of these are leaning red, and Indianapolis has historically leaned red. Oh, now Texas is going. Yeah, Texas could flip. So that's one of those things like Texas could be going for red, it could be going blue, and then it could tilt back. And Trump uses that, which it's a well-known thing. It's happened for like centuries, that would be, with countries only like 250 years old. But it's been happening for like pretty much since they've started counting, since we've started doing a live count of stuff. Texas might be a swing state. Yeah, it's been happening for decades. But people who don't pay attention to the elections, they don't know that. And when people like me try to explain it, oftentimes they're like, that's a nice excuse, but what's really more likely is that the Democrats are just coming in and dumping a whole bunch of fake votes. Rip Blexus. Pennsylvania's currently tied, yeah. But here's the other thing, when Trump was trying to, because everyone forgets that like in the lead up to the 2020 election, Trump was already saying like, they're gonna rig the votes are gonna be stolen. I can't say exactly how, but they're gonna do it. And in order to help facilitate that lie, a lot of red states basically reduce the number of polling places in blue cities. I think this was famously like in Georgia. Like if you're in Georgia and you're out in a rural area, you can go in and vote in and out 10 minutes, fine. You want to vote in Atlanta? There's like 2 spots deep downtown. People start lining up early in the morning. You're going to be in line for like 6 hours. And they can't close the polling places while you're in line. So, the cities already take a while, but if they reduce the polling stations, they take even longer, because they can't even start to tabulate them until like 2, 3 in the morning once everyone's actually made it through the line. And so that leads to an even bigger jump. Because it's like, you go to sleep and it looks like Trump is winning, and it's because they can't count all the city votes. Claim the opponent is cheating before the contest begins, yeah. I thought Texas was the reddest state. It's definitely got that reputation. And I think it's gone red every time for the last, like, 20 years. The big thing that some people are saying about Texas, there's 2 big things. One, Elon Musk, ironically enough, started a whole bunch of, like, big companies and a big push to move out of California and go to Texas, and he brought a bunch of his workers with him. And even though he's like since started leaning really heavily into the Republican side of things and supporting Trump, most of his workers are Californians. They're like liberal technology engineer people who are college educated. So they have moved en masse to Texas. So Texas got a huge push to be more blue. But also, Ted Cruz is up for re-election, and everyone hates Ted Cruz. Republicans hate him, Democrats hate him, and they finally got a guy running against him who's like a Democrat, but he wears a cowboy hat and has a gun and was like a Marine. And so it's like easy for him to come down here and be like, let's get this pussy whipped. Almost said a slur there, but let's get him out. Let's get him out of office. He's funny though. He is. He's made of butter. Ted Cruz, he's just a very, very outspoken congressman who has a lot of sway. And it's like I was talking about before. If you can get a big push where like all the Republicans in Texas don't want to come out and vote because they'd be voting for Ted Cruz, and they're like, I don't want to vote for him again. I hate that guy. He's like a butter golem. He's awful. And then you have a bunch of Democratic voters getting like riled up, like, yeah, let's go get rid of Ted Cruz. Finally, we've got this new guy. All those people going out to do that will also vote for president. And I'm sure there's a couple people who will vote for Trump and vote against Ted Cruz. But between that and the demographic change, they might just be able to push it for Harris. A cow made of butter. He has the most punchable face of anyone I've ever known. May I ask, what state are you in? I'm in Missouri. I'm in misery! Cowboy. I don't know if that's actually him. I haven't looked into it. I don't even know his name. I was just watching another political commentator who's from Texas. Because here's the thing, what was it? The last time Ted Cruz was up for election was in 2000. And he was going against Beto O'Rourke, who was a real firebrand. I really liked him. I thought he had presidential chances. He was, again, very popular Democrat in Texas. But then, like, a month before the election, there was some school shooting. And he was just very adamant. He's like, people should not own AR-style rifles. And I think there was a thing, they're like, what are you going to do? Take them? He's like, no, but we're going to have a buyback. And like, and what if they don't want to buy them back? Like, and I think at some point he just said, he was like, yeah, you know what? If you don't want to give them up, we're going to come and take them. Is that what you want to hear? And they just used that as advertising. And everyone in Texas got really spooked. And they voted for Ted Cruz. But even then, Ted Cruz only won by like 2 points. So he's like, if Beto O'Rourke, after scaring every gun nut in Texas, which is all of them, barely lost, then this new guy should be like even better. Yeah, he still only won that by 2%. Did you have any competitive, important down-ballot races? Oh, yeah. There's tons of important down... So, first of all, we have... One second, chat. Let me make sure this... Okay. Missouri ballot. Oh, hey. Live election results? Okay, they don't have anything yet. But let me just, Josh Hawley. This is our senator. He's a fucking asshole. Square jaw looking motherfucker. He's up for re-election, and he's another, like, what was it? He doesn't even live in Missouri. He lives in Virginia. He moved here, like, 2 years before he ran for, like, he basically moved here to run for Senate. He flies here twice a year on a private jet. Hasn't done fucking anything for Missouri. He's basically one of those guys, all he's done is, like, he goes up in front of the Senate and he makes, like, some big thing about how, like, oh, well, in today's society, men can't be men anymore. We're feminizing people too much. The LGBT mafia is ruining our kids, and I'm gonna fight against this. And then he doesn't actually pass any legislation or try to do anything. He just gets a couple sound bites, and then he's used that to write, like, 2 books. Like, he's basically using his political career to launch his, future career as an online grifter. He's just wasting our tax money. A carpetbagger. Yeah, and there's famously, when January 6th was going on, I wonder if they have it. Josh Hawley, Jan 6th. Yeah. They're like, when the people were protesting, he went outside, he was like, yeah, fight the power, thumbs up. And then he went inside, and the next security footage is him, like, running down the hallway, looking scared as shit. Just like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. It's like, that's him. Tough face in front of the cameras. But he's just this. He's just a little weenie. Kuntz, yeah. Running like he shit his pants. And running against him in Missouri is Lucas Kuntz, who, like that one guy, is like a former Marine. It's so crazy because he's running as a Democrat, but every single ad of him in Missouri is like him rolling up in a huge pickup truck with like a gun slung over his shoulder, just like, Josh Hawley doesn't spend your money. He hasn't done a thing to protect the to defend the border or protect you from illegal immigrants. But I'll make sure I can do it. And it's like, it's not exactly what I'm hoping for out of a Democrat. Plus, I'm not sure if you know Missouri. For whatever reason, the border and illegal immigration is a huge deal in Missouri, which is like hundreds of miles from the border, which has like no line. We're in the center of the country, but the fear-mongering from conservatives here is just so crazy that like everyone is like consistently worried. I think I was telling Uber about this. There was a thing where I was watching this on the news at my parents' about some poll worker who was being like reprimanded because he was in charge of a bunch of polling places, and he was like, okay, we got, election integrity is important. You gotta be on guard for anything that might be suspicious. And they're like what? He's like, anyone with a Latin American name. He's like, anyone named like Jose, anyone named like Miguel, Rodriguez, you see that? You need to run an audit on their name because they don't belong here. He was like in his explanation, they're like, what makes you think that like he's like, why else would they be here? He's like, if they're a Mexican and they're up in Missouri, it's because they're a gang member who came over here illegally and is trying to vote in the election. Like, he bought into so much that he thinks the people are genuinely leaving their home country, walking across the desert, going for millions of miles to come to this red state that has, like, no significance so that they can illegally vote in our elections. Which is impossible to do, by the way. That's every time someone's like, oh, illegally voting is so easy. It's like, I don't know about how it's done in other states, but like, here in Missouri, you have to go up, you hand them your ID, they scan it, they cross-reference it with like the document that has like the list of all the people who live in Missouri, and then they like check it off. And if I tried to go to another polling station, or I tried to come back, they would put my ID in there and be like, you already voted. I would need to have like someone else's ID that also looked like me, because they're all picture IDs. Like, you can't vote twice. You can't just say I'm this person. Like, they have to cross-reference it, and once you do it, you can't do it. I don't know how you would do a fake vote. The only Mexican I knew who moved to Missouri. Like, half of my neighbors don't speak English. Like, there's a whole bunch of Mexicans here. I got a Mexican who cuts my lawn. It's a stereotype, but he's very nice. Why is dip finger in ink offensive on Twitch? I have no idea. But that's the thing, is like, all the people that are here legally. Or if they are here, then here's the thing. I've worked with a couple people who were here illegally before. Those people are not trying to vote. Those people are interacting with the government as little as possible because they are terrified of being sent back home. It was a long way to get here. It was a long journey. They're making a lot of money and they don't want to put up a fuss. That's the thing, is like, a lot of right-wing media will portray these illegal immigrants as like these vultures who are coming in to steal your jobs or whatever. But in my experience, you know, you'd have managers who would be like, you're gonna work extra time and you're not gonna take overtime. And if you say no, I'm reporting you to the authorities. You know, you're gonna work for $2 an hour. And if you say no, I'm reporting you to immigration. Oftentimes, the people who come here illegally get exploited harder than anyone else. It is not good to be here illegal. And so the idea that they're like this organized gang that is trying to steal elections is just like absurd. They're the most lawful, yeah, because they don't want to get caught, you know. That's the thing. Is like, yeah, you know, you would imagine they're like, oh, they're here illegal, they're lawbreakers, they're criminals, they have no compulsion about lying and stealing. Like, yeah, they don't want to get caught. The people I knew who were illegal immigrants, like, they were always driving the speed limit. They were always using their signals and everything. They would never get in like a car crash. They would never think to steal something. That's a huge, amazing risk, and the price of getting caught is not just like having to pay a fine or spending a night in jail. It's always older people, yeah, for the most part. But oh yeah, that's what the other ballot measures I will continue without supporting. So, Missouri, we have right now one of the most oppressive anti-abortion laws in the country. 0 exceptions for anything. If you hear those tales of like, you know, oh, the woman is like 3 months, 4 months pregnant or whatever, and they do an ultrasound and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, it has a degenerative thing. Its head is collapsed. You've essentially got like a corpse inside of you. In Missouri, you're not allowed to take that out of her, because that would technically be an abortion. You have to carry that thing until you either shit it out on your own, or you get so sick from the dead flesh rotting inside you that you start to go into septic shock, because if you're about to die, then the doctors can save you. Otherwise, no. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolute bullshit. That's insane, yeah. And fortunately, that's the thing, is every time they've put this on a ballot measure, no matter how red the county is, it always passes. They tried to do it in Arkansas, they tried to do it in, I think, Louisiana. And so we've amended the Missouri Constitution to provide the federal right for reproductive freedom, which is defined as the right to make and carry out decisions about all matters relating to reproductive health care, including but not limited to prenatal care, childbirth, postpartum care, birth control, abortion care, miscarriage care, and respectful birthing conditions, and providing that the state legislature may enact laws that regulate abortion after fetal viability, which is defined as the initiative in good faith judgment of treating healthcare professionals based on the particular facts of the case, that there is a significant likelihood of the fetus's sustained survival outside the uterus. Did Missouri pass it? I mean, we don't know yet, but so far, yes is leading 56%. And again, they count the rural areas first. I have no doubts that, like, around St. Louis, around Jefferson County, that'll pass. The fact that it's passing out in, like, the middle of bumfuck nowhere is a sign that, yeah, it'll probably pass. Compunctions. You could also not, yeah, you could do that. I added you to the ballot. I don't think I'll get elected. Yeah, and then this fucking thing. No. I hate. So, Amendment 7 is the most bullshit amendment in the history of the bullshit, and I hate it, and it looks like it's gonna pass, unfortunately. Let's go ahead. Missouri Amendment 7. Did Vermin Supreme? He does every year. I want to see the exact text. Amendment 7. Make the Constitution consistent with state law by only allowing citizens of the United States to vote. Prohibit the ranking of candidates by limiting voters to a single vote per candidate or issue, and require the plurality winner of a political party primary to be the single candidate at a general election. So basically, it prohibits ranked choice voting, and it prohibits running multiple candidates per political party. A party's not allowed to run more than one candidate, and you can't do ranked choice voting. And also, they have what we call ballot candy. That part at the top, they put that at the top because it makes it sound like you're making it illegal for non-citizens to vote. Non-citizens can already vote. Again, make the Constitution consistent with state law. State law already prohibits illegal aliens from voting. All this does is add it to the Constitution as well, so it's doubly illegal. And then underneath that, also ranked choice voting is illegal, open primaries are illegal. Why do people want to ban ranked choice voting? Well, that's the thing, is the politicians want to ban ranked choice voting because if there were more options, like ranked choice voting ensures that you don't have a two-party system. If you have ranked choice voting, then other parties and candidates can run and actually be successful. Under the system we have now, which is winner take all, it's like scientifically, mathematically impossible to have more than two candidates. If you throw in a third, they will only siphon votes from whoever they're closest to and ensure that the least popular candidate is the one that wins. Yeah, ranked choice voting is a way to break the two-party duopoly. And Republicans are terrified of that. If they actually had competition, they would be screwed. They would never win an election again. Libertarians would go crazy in Missouri if we had ranked choice voting. And they know that. Your average voter doesn't know what ranked choice voting is. I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of you didn't know what ranked choice voting is. So what they did is put this thing where they're like, again, because all the conservative talking points in Missouri is about how scary illegal immigration is and how illegal immigrants are going to steal our votes. So much so that we have to put it in the Constitution that they're not allowed to vote. It's called ballot candy. You put something useless that sounds like common sense so that people will vote for that and hope that they won't read further or won't know what the rest of the ballot does. Do you know any good YouTube videos about ranked choice voting? CPG Gray did probably the best one. I don't know. I guess, you know what? While we're here, we'll put the Balatro on. I mean, the Balatro has been on hold anyway. We should watch it now. Yeah, let's go ahead. Oops. Political stream. More like rigged choice voting. There we go.
Queen Lion of the Animal Kingdom is displeased. She recently introduced elections for the office of king using the first-past-the-post voting system. After examining the differences between them, Queen Lion decrees that the alternative vote is to be the rule of the
Yeah, the alternative vote. Again, after this, it basically became ranked choice voting. I don't know, there's so many different names for it, but that's what I know it as. And that's essentially, you know, that's as simple as it is. Or instant runoff voting, I think, is my second favorite one. Because again, that's just the best way. I know some opponents will be like, under ranked choice, then you get 2 votes. You get to vote twice for 2 different people. Because your 1 vote didn't count. And it's, so how come it's not used? Because the people in charge of setting the rules for voting are in the 2 parties that have power. So they wouldn't change the laws to allow other parties to push in on their territory. Now, the Democrats, for the most part, are much more, what's the word? Honest? They actually, like, care. They're not just doing it for a job. So in a couple Democratic states, they have instituted ranked choice voting. Because how you vote is actually determined on a state level. We have some federal election laws, but they're very, very broad. So like Maine, Alaska, Vermont, and I think now Colorado all do ranked choice voting instead of regular first-past-the-post voting. Meanwhile, in Republican states, like my home state of Missouri, they're trying to pass a law into the Missouri Constitution that says, actually, you can't do ranked choice voting. That's illegal. Because they are terrified of having competition. It's super difficult to change the Constitution, yeah. There was a third vote, yeah. There are other voting systems. It's not just ranked choice or first past the post. But the other ones are... They're more, They're more accurate. They're not susceptible to gerrymandering. They give better results, but they're also more complicated. They assume that the populace is, like, politically minded and keeps up with, like, issues and understands things. It wouldn't work in America. Not yet. I dream of a day where we can do, like, the single transferable vote. Or we have, like, I forget the other one. There's one where it's, like, a weird party system where, like, you rank your 3 parties, and then you also, like, vote for, like, an individual, and then, like, it doesn't go, like, it's weird. But it works really well. I'm too busy eating crayons. Yeah. But ranked choice voting is, like, it's simple. Even a child can understand it. And you can even do it in a microcosm, you know, to It's what I use in my own server when I'm deciding what deck to play for the ladder climb. I don't say pick one deck and that's the only one you get. I say vote for as many as you want. I think he has, 1 second, CPG voting simple.
Hello, Internet. You know, I love me some voting videos. These, however, are mostly about how organizations can improve their elections. But normal people need better voting too. Say a group of you are trying to decide what to have for dinner. There are 3 options. Steak Shack, all meat all the time, Veggie Villa, hope you like lettuce, and Burger Barn, every burger ever, including the ones made from not meat. Just asking people to pick their favorite as normal results in 3 starved carnivores. Now you could use one of these better methods I've talked about before, but seriously, who wants to break out the pens and paper and nerd to crank the algorithm for a question that should be answered in under 30 seconds? No one. So here's the fastest way to vote in a group, none of that stuff required. Don't blink or you'll miss it. Hands up if you're good with Steak Shack, hands up if you're good with Burger Barn, hands up if you're good with Veggie Villa. Boom, election over, Burger Barn domination. This time, everybody gets to live. The difference, letting people vote more than once. If you're in a group and picking from several options quickly, this is the way to go. It's world-changingly great at stopping arguments like, for example, in a classroom. Hey kids, we're going to watch a movie today because I just can't anymore. So let's go. Hands up for Terminator 2, hands up for Spirited Away, hands up for WALL-E. Done. WALL-E it is. Lazy bonus, if you're in charge of the vote, no need to keep an eye out for those aspiring dictators who subvert democracy by voting more than once. Voting more than once is the whole point. So next time you're in a group trying to decide, don't just ask for the favorite, ask for all the okays.
Yeah, that's essentially how ranked choice voting works. You're not picking the one candidate that is your favorite and hoping your favorite beats the other favorites. You're picking all of the options that you are okay with. Who do you like? Well, I like these 3. I don't want those other 2 to win. Okay, good. If, you know, and that's the thing, like, even if it was just that, even if you didn't even have to do ranked choice, even if you could just vote for more than one candidate, imagine being able to go in and be like, I want Jill Stein or Kamala Harris. You know, be like, I want a third party or this person. And then, you know, if that way you can vote for a third party without having to risk ruining the next biggest party. Another party that you would be okay with. Instead of your least favorite one winning, you know, hopefully one of the 2 that you enjoy will win. How the hell did Spirited Away lose? Because it's less popular in... Again, it's... What was it? Both of these math geeks tend to like it for reasons I don't understand. Because it leads to the biggest consensus. Like he just said, if you have, like, meat only, veggie only, or a place that serves both, if you only have, like, one vote, then the carnivores or the herbivores are going to pick their favorite place, and everyone else is going to suffer for it. But if you do approval voting, then usually the centrist option wins. I like steaks and burgers. I don't want to pick. I don't understand why they like it more than ranked choice. I think it's simpler to count. I mean, that's why I do approval voting on the Discord. If I did ranked choice, I'd have to sit there and, like, count through everything and get it going down. Approval voting is just easier. Like, how many votes did each one get? Vote for as many as you like. And then hopefully one will win that not almost everyone, but that the majority are like, yeah, I'm kind of interested in seeing that. Approval voting ensures that at least 50% of voters approve of the results. Thank you. That's putting it in simple terms. And yeah, if you're just joining us, we're talking in Missouri, they have a thing on there to ban ranked choice voting. Because we can't have nice things. It looks like it's doing slightly better, but not looking great. This one was interesting. Proposition A establishes a $13.75 per hour minimum wage by 2025 that would be increased by $1.25 per hour each year until 2026, so for 1 year. Requires employers to provide 1 hour of paid sick leave for every 30 hours work. In Missouri, you don't get paid sick leave currently. That is a bonus. If your job offers that, it is out of the kindness of their heart. An independent won the Vermont Senate race. Nice. Yeah, the weird thing about this, do they have it here? Proposition A. So the full text, it increases the minimum wage, it adjusts it based on stuff, it gives you sick leave, and also it exempts government entities, political subdivisions, school districts, and educational institutions. So as always, it's not as simple. It's like, oh, the politicians would just let us have something that improves stuff? No. No, they wouldn't. This is a backdoor way to defund education, because it says you're allowed to raise the minimum wage for every job except for being a teacher. Being a teacher, they will not get paid sick leave. They will not get more pay increase. Every other job will look better, and hopefully they can defund the education system to the point that it's completely irrelevant. But I still voted for it because, you know, it's either some of us get a pay increase or none of us do. You know, it's not like if I didn't vote for it, teachers would get a pay raise. They're not getting paid either way. Yeah, some minimum wage is better than none. Okay, that was before. Do they have the other one? Oh yeah, this one was weird. Shall the Missouri Constitution be amended to provide that the administration of justice shall include the levying of cost and fees to support salaries and benefits for certain current and former law enforcement personnel? What? How? I don't know how you could... I remember trying to look that up and be like, what is this in relation to? It just sounds like the Constitution is going to have vague language that says certain law enforcement people can be paid more. Which ones? How much more? Why? I don't know. What was it? Specifically, it's to support salaries and benefits for current and former sheriffs, prosecuting attorneys, and circuit attorneys. I voted no on that because fuck the police, you know? I don't know, you know, maybe if it was more specific, but I'm like, this never before have I seen a ballot measure that sounds like a retired sheriff is trying to retroactively just get more money. Or the attorney general is worried that he's going to lose this election and wants a severance package. Oh, are they not keeping track of any of the other ones? Abortion still winning. Voting. Minimum wage winning. President, I assume. Donald Trump projected the winner. Kamala not doing that bad. And then we've got the libertarian, Chase Oliver, who I've never heard of. And I'm like, why would I chase Oliver? I don't even know who he is. And that's the extent that you're going to learn about Chase Oliver today. Oh, hell yeah. Lucas Kuntz leading. That's good. Again, we want Josh Hawley to get the fuck out of here. President Oliver. The House, it depends on the district. My district, I'm in like the one blue district, so it doesn't matter. Governor. Too early to call. Get out of here, ABC. I don't want to give you money. Let's try that. Yeah, this guy, he's like a Trump asshole or whatever. But he's not like, he's no Josh Hawley. I would prefer if he lost. But, I'm not going to lose sleep. And the Attorney General. Yes, please. Our Attorney General is, you know what? Let's just go ahead. Let's just Google search Andrew Bailey. Let's look in the news section. How Bitcoin transformed Andrew Bailey's academic quest. Missouri AG fights California biofuel policy. Missouri AG in abortion pill lawsuit argues that fewer teen pregnancies will hurt the state financially. What was it? He sued to block the Department of Justice from monitoring the Missouri election. He did not want federal monitors to be looking. Yeah, so basically, this is another guy who's using the office not to do anything to help, like, the state, but is basically just using it as a, whatchamacallit, as a launching point for a future career as, like, a political pundit. Oh, it doesn't even have any, well, whatever. But yeah, he's basically just been using his position to sue, like, other states and sue the federal government. I think he's done, like, 30 or something lawsuits and lost all of them. And every time he loses one, he goes up and talks about, like, how this is an injustice, and he's fighting for real freedom, and please buy his book out on shelves soon. So it's like, yeah, we need to get it. He's just spent so much of our state's money. Get him the hell away. Okay. Let's refresh the election results real quick. They're calling Illinois for Kamala? Is Illinois traditionally blue? I knew it had, whatchamacallit. I know it has, like Chicago, but I thought the rest of Illinois was super rural. Love your content. Oh, well, thank you. 15% reporting in. Yeah, I mean, that could flip. Blue Missouri. Think of it. That would be crazy. Yeah, like I said, I'm sure that most of these will, like, end up flipping over. But as I said before, it's, They count the rural areas first. The big cities, the bigger population areas, the polls are open later. They take longer to count. There's more people there, and those overwhelmingly go blue. And of course, if you don't know anything about the Electoral College, it's basically the more populous your state is, the more people live there, the more likely, or not the more likely, but the more votes it gets towards president. So, like, Harris losing right now, but as soon as California comes in, that's like 52 votes. For reference, Missouri is like 10. 93% counting it. Wow, they did Florida fast. I really hope Virginia turns blue. It looks pretty close. They're like, Trump has a slight lead, but it's 49-48. Yeah, South Carolina going strongly. Georgia, hard to say. Yeah, most of these, like, southern states, they're like, we're just going to assume. The one thing I was hearing last night was that there's a chance Montana flips blue, which would be crazy. It's not even like, what was it? It would be crazy because Montana's like the most out there in the middle of the woods redneck state, like north of the Mason-Dixon line. So if it went blue, like they don't have hardly any people. I think they have like 3 votes. It would just be crazy if they went blue. And Texas still has a chance. They do have a Democratic senator, yeah. They've been having more people move in, too. But yeah, it's really going to be about North Carolina, Michigan, and I'm sorry, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and I think Ohio. Is Ohio still a swing state? I forget. Yeah, Ohio has 17 votes. We're red now. They only got across 1 million people. Okay. But yeah, we'll see. You know, it's weird because I'm not the kind of person who believes in luck. I don't believe in, like, I can jinx things. I don't think I'll be able to affect things on that level. But there's still, like, some part of me that's like, don't say your hopes out loud, because then they won't come true. Arizona, yeah. And I mean, to a certain extent, it's one of those weird things about social media, right? Where it's like, even if I thought the Democrats had it in the bag, I wouldn't say anything about it for the last 6 months. Because if you tell people that you're going to do good, it actually lowers voter turnout. People turn out more when they think it's going to be close, when they think it's going to matter, if they feel like they're going to lose. Which is why, like, almost every Democratic person I've been seeing has always been like, it's 50-50, it's going to be real close, you got to make sure you do it, all the polls could go either way. Because they want to, you know, they don't want people to sleep on it. Absolutely go out. Go out, make sure you vote. It's not over till it's over. Is there a reason why last Thursday's stream is not on Twitch? Oh, yeah, it was, I accidentally revealed my credit card information briefly. So you're gonna have to wait for the edited version where I cut that out. Yeah, the doxing incident. Fair, yeah. I don't think it has everything, but, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry. What happened? Well, I was buying gems on Master Duel, and usually when I open up Master Duel and buy stuff, the Steam overlay pops up in, like, a separate tab that OBS doesn't capture. And for some reason it captured it this time. Why can't we see your credit card information? Yeah, I don't think it was the full numbers, and you still need the things on the back and my full name and everything, but... Anyway, let's start a game of Balatro, shall we? I'm curious, how many of you actually know what Balatro is? Do I need to start with, like, an easy run? Or should I jump right into, like, super hard challenging? Hardleg Joseph? Yeah, of course. No clue, no clue. Okay, we'll start with an easy one then. Is there anyone I haven't beaten yet? Just this one, but this one's weird. Okay, we'll just do one we have. Give me a second. Oops. What achievements do I still have to unlock? Discard 5 jacks. Okay, we're gonna try to jack off, chat. All jacks, all the time. Okay. So, I think I explained before, Balatro is like a cross between poker and solitaire. You're playing poker hands, but you're not playing against another opponent. Your opponent is these, what they're called, blinds. It's poker terms. I gotta get a score of at least 300. Oh, you can't see my mouse. So, get 8 cards. You've got a 52 card deck, standard poker deck. You know, 2 through 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace, 4 suits, easy peasy. And then over here, oh, now you can see my icon. You get 5 hands and 3 discards. You want to try to do it in as few hands as possible because you get more money that way. So let's see here. We've got 4 of these spades, so we've almost got a flush. If you don't know poker hands, you're gonna learn them. So let's discard these 2. It's that easy! So 5 cards of the same suit is called a flush. You get 35 points times 4. Is that 300? No, it's close. And then we can get 2 pairs. It occurs to me that maybe I'd want to slow this down a little bit if people are new. We're still going to be fast, just not as fast. So, simple in premise, what makes it fun is the store. Because now you get to open card packs. And all sorts of different options. We're going to open a Joker pack. 2 cards. Each card played permanently gains 5 chips when scored. Each queen held in hand gives 13 molt. Let's shoot the moon or hiker. Let's shoot the moon. So the jokers go up here. You get to have 5 of them, and they're basically like... Hiker's the correct play here. Yeah. What was it? Because we're going for all the jacks, I'm thinking we're gonna go for like holding the face cards in our hand and doing other stuff. Especially since we're on an easy run. I think we'll go ahead and buy this too, and we can just sell it later. Okay. Next run. You can also, if you don't want to try to battle them, you can skip it, and then usually you get some kind of reward. In our case, I think we prefer the money to getting 1 Mega Arcana pack. Hiker this early is crazy, yeah. Okay. Got a pair of 9s, pair of 3s. It's not great, but let's go ahead and throw it out. 2 pair. And I'm just going to put the 2 here. It won't score, but it will replace itself. This gives us extra for the clubs. This gives us extra for the queen in our hand. Bada bingo, bada bango. $8. Ooh, misprint. This just gives you a random multiplier every round. Or I could get 2 Arcana packs. Now that we kind of know what our strategy is, I'm going to go for these. So we can double our money, enhance 1 card to become a glass card. Ooh, fancy. Or the Fool. The Fool, whatever was the last card you played, it makes a copy of it. Hermit, 100%. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, I was thinking of making the 5 of clubs glass, but we don't really need glass at the moment. Okay, let's try tarot card number 2. Makes 2 cards lucky. Convert up to 3 cards to hearts. No. Creates a random joker. We don't have any jokers, so let's try that. 0.25 multiplier for every blind skipped this run. That's a really good one, but then we wouldn't be playing the game, really. We've got the money, so let's go ahead and get this. Okay, the boss. Cards played previously this round, essentially, are debuffed. Jared Leto. The Jared Leto Joker is on here. We've almost got like a high straight. Pair of 9s, pair of jacks. Might as well. Zero mold, come on, misprint. Now we've got a queen in our hand, that's good. Yeah, that's generally in this game, what you want to do is, like, build the run that whatever they give you. It's a roguelike. We came in with a specific goal here. +1 discard each round. Start with 100 extra chips, lose 5 for every the ice cream melts. A mid-game snack. +1 hand permanently per round. I think that's worth it. The vouchers just last forever. The thing is, this reward sucks, and it doesn't do anything. Do you think elections are a big enough deal where it would split a multiverse? I have no idea what that means. Let's discard first. Let's discard again. Still no queens or clubs. Oh, okay. The misprint hit a high number, so it's fine. 2 pair was enough. 1 mult per tarot card. DJ Valentino, thank you for the 3 months. Do we save up? I think we need to start. We need to save to try to get more money at the moment. Create 2 common jokers. Yeah, I think we're going to sell this one because it's just not the kind of run we're going for. Ooh, full house? Don't mind if I do. Now you have to deal with me for 3 months! I mean, that's fine. You seem like a lovely person so far. Jack, 10, 9, 8. Oh, we'd have to play the queen. Sure. That should be enough. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, you really want to get to 25 because you get interest for every $5 that you have. Yeah, let's just get rid of this. Fuck it. Challenge run enabled. Hearts give +3. Nah, we're already getting it. Cards drawn face down after each hand played. Just gotta get it in one hand. 10, 9, 8, 7, pair of 3s. There we go. Jack, 10, 9, 8, 7. Easy peasy. Check the misprint. How do I check the misprint? Someone told me there's like some hidden thing for it. That one's not great. Okay, so now we're over 25. We want to create more queens and more jacks. Well, there we go. Okay. So, death. Turn the left card into the right card. Now our deck has 2 queens of spades. Sometimes it'll be the top card of your deck. I guess we'll take a wild card too. It's pretty nice. Adds an additional voucher to the shop. The vouchers can be really useful. I think that's worth it. Oh no, that wasn't enough. I thought I would win it in one. A pair of 4s should be enough, right? With 3 queens in hand, we get 13 multiplier for each queen. Yeah, just barely. 1 plus extra card in shop. Yeah, let's do that. Now we got 3! Okay, a money outlet. Mail-in rebate. Earn $5 for each discarded 4. And then every round it changes to a different one. Telescope is great. It's great if we have a specific hand we're going for. But at the moment, we don't have a build that works with it. Spades, stone card, make 2 planets. I guess we turn... No, No, we don't want to turn the queen. I guess it doesn't matter if it's spades or not. What's our most played hand right now? 2 pair. You can make a run around just activating 2 pairs, but it's not great. What's your opinions on the Purge movies? I haven't seen one. I think what we do... Let's just... Let's see. The ace is part of the club. Let's make the king into a wild card. That way it counts for the clubs. And we'll just make 2 planets. So the planet cards level up your different hands. All the different things, straight flush, 4 of a kind, full house, etc. They each have levels. And the planets can make them more powerful. So 3 of a kind goes up by 1 level. Straight flush, which I like almost never get, but... Playing 2 pair instead of discarding is a bad habit. Is it? I guess it depends on what your build is. Turn something into a steel card. This would be really good if I had one of my queens. We want to keep the jacks in our hand, so let's do that. Okay. So, like, in this case, you think it would be better to use my last discard on 2 cards than to play, like, a pair of 10s and a pair of aces? And try to draw into something better without using the discard? Oh yeah, I should have checked this. Especially when I have this. Discard more than 2 cards to draw into something better. What could be better? A pair of 8s. Almost every hand, but if I discard my high pairs, I might not get like anything. 10 plus mult if you play 2 pair. Splash. Every card played counts as scoring even if it's not part of the hand. This one has the potential to be neat if you get like a certain thing, but again, we don't have a build around. +2 for every reroll. Let's go into the Joker pack and see what else we get. Why change the channel logo? It's been 10 years. It just felt kind of old and outdated, and it didn't like really reflect how the channel has become. I think I'll just get this for now. We can always sell it. In fact, we could sell it now! Yeah, fuck it. I'd rather have this. 2 common jokers. We don't need any common jokers. For every discarded queen, but I need the queens. Yeah, so here's the thing I guess I'll ask you if you're such an expert on this game. I almost have a straight here. I just need an 8. Is it worth it to throw away my pair of kings to try to get to a straight? What can I do with Hardleg points? Are we streaming till the results come out? I mean, the results probably won't be out for a couple days. Probably better to get rid of the low straight. And get like... There you go, it's like a full house. I'm getting really lucky today. Club. Plus a club. And then the silver cards, if they're in your hand, give you 1.5 times the score. We're close enough. I'd rather get the $5 for discarding the queen. Two queens. Sure. Pair of aces. Pure skill. I don't need a stone card. Play, we need the parking. Okay, let's start opening some standard packs. I think we go for this. If you discard it, you get a tarot card. What's our most played? It's still like 2 pairs, right? But we can get a 3. What's our deck looking like? We've got 5 queens. We've got 5 7s somehow. Oh yeah, because of that. Full house, sure. The deck is rigged! I don't really want planet cards to appear. Let's reroll. Ooh, luck is nice. Even ranked, give +4 mult. See, if we're holding the queens in our hand, there's basically 2 ways we can go with this build. We can try to build it with like lower cards and give them multipliers and work on like straights and like making combos with like 9s and 10s. I don't think +4 mult is really like worth it though. Yeah, let's go. $5 per skipped blind. I don't want... I can get more money than that. For each discarded 6. Well, there's a 6 right there. Although we've almost got a flush. Yeah, I want to see if I can get a 6. Let's just go ahead and play a pair of 10s. And get rid of these. We got 6 hands. Did you update it? Oh, give me 1 second. Refresh. Missouri turning blue again. 62% reporting. No, don't call it for Trump. We could still get it. I believe Texas. Kamala has a pretty big win in Iowa. Shit. She's doing decent in Missouri. Still pretty close. We've only got 20% though. There could still be a whole bunch. Michigan's only got 1% coming in. Oh, Minnesota. Michigan. That's a pretty big lead. That's a pretty big lead as well. Virginia's close, but still leading. North Carolina's close, but Trump's still leading. Wow. New York is... People were talking about, like, oh, you know, New York might do pretty well. It's kind of a purple state. We still have a chance. It would be amazing. I'm not sure if Missouri flipping blue would do anything, but again, we were talking about earlier, you know, we have that abortion thing on the bill, and that's driving a lot of young people, a lot of women, and a lot of Democratic voters in general to go out and vote for that. And while they're there, they might as well, you know, get rid of all the Republican politicians. It's always been blue? No, I mean, they had Rudy Giuliani as the mayor for the longest time. They go back and forth. Fuck it. Let's play a full hand. It's only a pair, but it still adds. We're going to be the eternal blues. Only time will tell. Yeah, this playstyle's not doing well so far. I should have just gotten what was good instead of being like, no, we're going for a jack run regardless of what we get. Okay, fuck the mail-in rebate. We're gonna try this. If I don't use any discards, then I get bonuses. We're just gonna go on a non-discarding run. Let's do this. Create 2 random tarots. Turn things into clubs. I love clubs. Let's see. I guess we just wait on those. Convert to diamonds. That doesn't help us. Can't create another joker. I guess we're doing the Wheel of Fortune. Let's go gambling! As a Canadian, I can't wrap my head around why anyone would vote for a felon. Because they've made their entire personality being like a MAGA guy, you know? My vision has gone red. We're screwed. Are you talking about Missouri specifically? Amendment 3 still doing well. Ranked choice voting still failing. Kamala's still winning in Missouri. Again, we still got a whole lot. We got a long way to go. Come on, Coots, I believe in you! Crystals drop behind. Hell yeah! Come on, gross! Florida's 62nd Amendment rule. 60%. Did they add that this time? Is that like what they're voting on? Or was that a previous thing? It'd be nice to meet you someday. Who knows? But yeah, what was it? It wouldn't surprise me if there were some people out there who don't know what the word felon means and they just know it's like a bad thing. They just know it's like an insult. And they're like, Trump's not a felon. Most presidents have done crimes. They have, but they're usually like war crimes. They're not like federal crimes. Stop the count! At least what was New York Prop 1? I'm unfamiliar with all the propositions in all the different areas. Okay. Next round. The Wall, extra large blind. Okay. We got no clubs here. And again, we've got 6 hands, 3 discards. We've got this. So we're going to just try to play it. We're going to use our plays as if they were hands. Okay, never mind. We got nothing but garbage cards, and I hate it. Much better. Let's see. So this is a wild king. King. We can make this a club. Ooh, do we want to waste it? We could make this and this a club with the moon, and then we'd have a flush with 2 queens in hand. But do we want to waste it? We could also do, like... and use one of the queens. Well, we get 13 multiplier for each queen in hand. It looks like we're going to want to do stuff with kings. So let's go ahead. We'll turn the king, the 8, and the queen into clubs. Flush. And we get bonuses for clubs, so... fuck. We're not getting out of this one alive, are we, chat? Still got all my aces. If we can get 4 of a kind. That ain't 4 of a kind. Let's turn this into a rock. High card. 9 of clubs. Plus a rock. Okay. Come on, one more ace. 3 of a kind should do it. Yeah, we can get 3,000 off of this. Let's see, 3 of a kind is times 5. Full house is times 6. But then we lose out. I think it's better to keep the 4 in hand. Nope. Have you watched Dan to Dan Dan yet? No, I'm not going to. Okay. That's what I get for going in and being like, we're gonna try to do a jack run, and like none of the we just gotta do what the deck wants. Shoot the moon is just weirdly underwhelming for how much molt it seems to generate. Sorry, I missed the okay. Prop 1 was like equality and anti-discrimination. Nice. It protects against unequal treatment. Okay. You almost beat a really high difficulty, yeah. Okay, but now you know the idea. Let's see if we can do a really, really hard run. Let's see if I can get that orange stake. It might take a few attempts. +3 hand size. Yeah, +3 hand size, +$25 if we beat the boss. We're just skipping those. On this high of a run, the first blind doesn't give you any money anyway. We got a full house right there. Ace. No, we don't have any queens. We still didn't get any queens. I mean, we can still play, though, like a full house, but that just means the next time we can't get a flush. We'll save 1 jack. Fuck it. Let's do this and see if we can get a queen. No. Now we got a queen, but there's no 10s left in the deck. Not enough ranks to make a flush. Do we almost have a flush? 2, 3, 4. Yeah, but it's of like a bunch of shitty cards. Five points. Let's try it. I don't think this will be enough. I'm not very good at mental math. Nope. Damn it. There's a bunch of harder modifiers, yeah. I guess for real quick, because a bunch of people were newer at this game. You got the base difficulty. The small blind, the first one, gives you no reward money. These all stack too. Scores scale faster. Shops can have eternal jokers that can't be sold or destroyed. -1 discard. Scores scale even faster. Shops can have perishable jokers that die after 5 rounds. Oh, whoops. Did I... Oh, no, I was on... whatever. Okay. Texas is officially red. %65 reporting in. Oh, there it is. Senate. Ted Cruz has 53%. Colin Allred. He's in the second. I can't believe people voted for Ted Cruz again. Yeah, look at their fucking districts. Talk about gerrymandering sometimes, chat. Remember, we watched that thing earlier where they're like, you know, if you draw the districts, you can make some really weird ones. Look at what they've done to poor the Houston Republican state, yeah. It's like, I think Missouri is, like, pretty bad. We've got some big square ones, but at least you can kind of, like, okay, St. Louis is there. This one kind of goes out. It's weird that it encompasses that. It's bad, but it's not Texas bad. In Texas, some of these poor districts, look at this. They drew a line between Austin and San Antonio so that these two major cities that undoubtedly vote blue will be together in one district, connected by a long road of literally nothing where no one lives. And then this is all like desert. That's absurd, yeah. And it's the same, you look at any of the Republican, like, ones. It's like, it's like, why do the Republicans keep winning in Kentucky? It's awful. Look at their districts. Why do they win in Tennessee? Look at the districts. And then you get to, like, a blue state. New York's a little weird, but there's not a whole lot of outliers. Connecticut, I think, is one of the ones that's gerrymandered for the Democrats. Vermont has 2. Maine has 2. Colorado. Maryland doesn't have any. Ah. They gained a seat? No! Click the state to see ballot measures. Okay. Legalize sports betting at a nice 50-50. Abortion, 54. Open up a casino? Sure, 63. Court fees? If we lose the Senate, how screwed are we? I don't know. Oh, they called it for Trump here. I mean, not surprising. Kuntz still has a slight lead, but we'll see. Oh, they're already calling it. RIP. They should flip a coin, yeah. Do you think people are betting on the outcome of the sports betting thing? Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay. Next Joker is free and becomes a foil. Sure. The boss is the fucking hook, which I hate. You gotta try to win it in one, otherwise you can't sculpt your hand. So, we're gonna play this one. And get our free Joker and hope it does something. Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 10. There's not enough for a royal flush, right? Yeah, I guess I should just play the diamonds. Get them all out, keep the clubs. Anyone else looking at leaving the States? I don't think I could afford to, even if I wanted to. Where would I go, Chad? I've never known any other life. I'm looking at moving to a different state. Yeah, it's... I think I said this earlier, it's like, I don't like to try to, like, guess stuff because I have this, like, unfounded worry that, like, I will make it possible or make it happen. There we go, flush. But realistically, you know, Trump won in 2016 against Hillary Clinton, who's possibly the most unpopular, uncharismatic, disliked politician in America. And even then, he lost the popular vote. He only won in the Electoral College. So he barely squeaked out a win. In 2020, he lost to Joe Biden by an even wider margin. Joe Biden, more popular than Hillary, not by much. Even back then, they were calling him like a shuffling, senile old man. And since then, I can't imagine that Trump has done anything that would earn him new voters. Like, I can't imagine someone who was like, well, I didn't vote for him in 2016, and I didn't vote for him in 2020, but now in 2024, I believe in him. He is running on the same exact voter base, and it has only shrunk with time, because there were a lot of people that voted for him in 2016 because they thought that he was an outsider, that he would do something different, and he didn't. There's some people that, and like 2020, a lot of people didn't vote for him. So, like, if Trump couldn't win against, or if Trump could barely win against Hillary and couldn't win against Joe Biden, I can't imagine he would lose to Kamala Harris, who is much more charismatic, much younger, much better at speaking, doesn't have the bad reputation that he has. Is it even halfway over yet? No. Also, you know, a lot of them, yeah. Wasn't Harris a cop? She was an attorney general. Or was it? Or she was like the state prosecutor. She worked in a courtroom. She wasn't a cop, but she helped the cops in court. But for most people, that's not like a bad thing. If anything, that helps her with like people who normally vote red. She was the AG? Okay. She was both. Oh, okay. Yeah, since then, he's become a felon. We've had the January 6 hearings. He's been impeached twice. And the other thing that people don't mention as much is a demographic change. You know? Between... And this was the thing the guy I was watching yesterday about Texas, where he was like... he did the calculations where he was like, between 2016 and 2024, we have lost 12 million boomers and older, people who are from that generation. It has outstripped the losses in every other generation, which, I mean, you would expect partially because they're just older. They weren't the oldest generation, but they were close to it. But also, COVID just decimated their numbers. And the fallout of COVID. The Capitol bill, yeah, that's January 6th. When will we know the final result? It depends how far it is, or how close it is. We could know tonight. Like, we won't know with 100% certainty, but we could have, like, alright, 70% of the votes are in, and Kamala has a pretty big lead. It's unlikely that Trump will beat it. If Trump loses, he's going to try to do the Capitol building part 2. Yeah, almost undoubtedly. He's going to try something. I feel like it'll work out even worse than last time, though, because last time he had the benefit of being in a position of power where, they couldn't send in, like, the military to stop him. He was the one in charge being like, should we send them in or not? And he was like, no, let them cook. That was one of the big criticisms they had of him, was not even if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt and be like, he didn't organize this, he didn't plan it, he didn't, like, set it in motion with his words, which everything behind the scenes with, like, all the messages he sent to other people indicates that was exactly what he wanted to do. But even if you don't believe any of that, he still stood by while people were invading the Capitol and didn't call, like, the National Guard up or anything. We can prove he did all 3 of those things. Yeah. But that's the thing, is it's, what was it? I don't know what to call this exact thing, but, I remember when H-Bomber Guy first started getting popular, and one of the big videos that kind of got him on the map was like, Fallout 3 is garbage, and here's why. And I was someone who played a shit ton of Fallout 3. I really liked Fallout 3. I realize that's now because I haven't really played like a CRPG before, or like a Western RPG. And there were a bunch of things, but for the longest time, for like a year, I'd keep seeing that. And all I would think is like, how dare they? I know that game, I like that game. And I just didn't watch it. I just assumed that it was like bad. And when I finally did sit down and watch it, begrudgingly, it was really funny, and he made a lot of good points. But there's a resistance. There's some kind of mental blockage. If you're a fan of something, and someone is like, let me show you all the evidence of all the how all the things that you like are actually bad, people won't tune in. So the people who voted for Trump, a lot of them, they just, they heard the January 6th stuff was going on, and they avoided it. They didn't go to watch it. They went, la la la, I can't hear you. Fallout 2 is better. Yeah, apparently. You can enjoy a game without liking all of it. Yeah. I mean, this was like 10 years ago. I'm not American, and I'm absolutely terrified of what's going on in the US. I'm not sure I'd be terrified. We've still got a ways to go before things get, like, dangerous bad. They just have the potential to be really bad. But this, as I said before, this is nothing to worry about at the moment. Remember that land does not vote, people vote. California by itself is like 100% guaranteed to go to Harris, and that's going to give her like 50 votes. A lot of these states, they count the rural ballots first, and then they move into the cities. And I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these cities, a lot of these states, like, they're already guaranteed. We knew that this was going to win. Most predictions were certain, like, okay, yeah, Texas is probably going to go for Trump. Louisiana's almost certainly going to go for Trump. Not even close. Not even close. But some of these other ones, like Iowa was blue earlier, it could go back blue again. How long until the stop the vote thing happens? I don't know. I'm sure we'll get to it eventually. What Trump's gonna do with women and immigrants is kind of awful. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Here, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and log on to twitter.com. What's trending? Red Mirage. The Red Mirage is terrifying. Yep, everyone's freaking out at the moment. Thanks for standing on the line with me. You're welcome. Yep, doesn't look like anything. Anything at the moment. Yep. Whoop, 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 whoop. Back up to the corner you go. Equal rights amendments passed in New York and New Hampshire. Oh, it passed in New York, and New Hampshire elected their first trans representative to the House. Nice. Okay. What were we doing here? Oh, yeah. We got a free one, but it's like possibly the worst one we can get. Re-trigger all the 2, 3s, 4s, and 5s, and it only lasts for 5 turns. Let's open the other buffoon pack. Flush gives 10 molt, can't be destroyed. Or we could get egg. Egg is all my jokers gain $3 of value at the end of the round. So I can, like, sell them eventually for even more money. Holy shit, egg. Should I just take the egg, chat? I mean, this is gonna die in 5 rounds anyway, so we just wait 4 rounds and then sell it. I don't want to build around flushes. Okay. This might determine everything. Spectral pack, go. Spectral packs do the craziest shit. Convert all cards in the hand to a single random suit. Create 2 copies of 1 card in your hand. Should have gone for the flush. Fuck it. Sigil. We're all clubs now. Everyone join the club. We're going for a flush run. If you're not a club, get out of here. Yeah, let's play a 3 of a kind. Oh. Okay, well, I didn't intend to do it this way, but this still works. Value up! $7. Straight, we're never gonna get a straight. Tarot cards appear twice as much. That's pretty cool. I think we need another Joker, though. Create 2 bonus Jokers every time, yeah. Get more Jokers. And I guess we'll buy this. $2? No, I'll play it out. 2 random Jokers. The first played face card gives you ×2 when scored. Face cards give you 30 chips when scored. I got a 4 of a kind right here. Four of a kind? Riff raff, let's go! Gives the total sell value of all current Jokers, which is $21. Yes, please! I'll take $23. And then we can buy the tarot thing. Does 5 of a kind exist in this game? Yeah, if you can increase the number of a card that you have in your deck, you can get 5 of a kind. Okay. What do we have the most of? Clubs. So we want to convert more stuff to clubs. We want face cards. All the face cards all the time. So let's turn this 4 into a king. And now our deck contains 5 kings, so we could theoretically get 5 of a kind. Wait, face cards give +5 mult. Do we just sell off the hack at this point? Yeah, I mean, this is temporary, but this'll... we want to do it like this, right? They'll give 30 chips, and then they'll give +5 mult, and then they'll ×2. Can we get another king out of the standard pack? Hell yeah! 6 kings, baby! Oh, I probably should have sold this. Oh, there's a chance we get, like, the Sword of Damocles or whatever it's called. I really would like to see some of those face cards. Gotta be shitting me. There we go! Cheese and crackers! Okay, so we're gonna get these 2, we're gonna turn them into multiplier cards. I got flush all diamonds with a king and a queen. The first king scored will double. Play. $6,000. Mega pack. The score was on fire. If you get a hand, or if you play a hand, and that single score is higher than the entire score you would need to win the round, then it catches on fire. Okay, I can make a wild, 2 more tarot cards, gold, create a joker, hearts. We want clubs. We got a lot of clubs. I think if we make the queen wild, then she's technically a club. And then let's just go for the emperor. Alright, not too bad. 3 rounds remain, 4 rounds remain. Ooh, I could sell this off for $11. I want to get these to sell. We're already winning, yeah. Only play 1 hand. Shit. It needs to be like all face cards, essentially. But we're also close to having a flush. No, we just need to get all face cards. Do we keep the 10? No. We would need to get a... Well... We've got 4 queens left in the deck. And 5 kings. Yeah, so our chance of getting a king is higher. Two pair. Shit sucks. But we can turn these into bonus cards. They give 30 extra chips. And we can turn the 3 into a steal card. So that's 1.5 score. Let's try it. Is this worth at least 1,000? Yeah, okay. 7,000. We were worried for nothing. Spades. Mega pack. Get 2. Convert to clubs. But they gave us... Okay, we turn this... This and this. Turn everything into clubs. Yeah. More clubs. Everyone join the club. Could delete 2 cards, but now we've got more clubs. I think what we want is more face cards. So we can get these 2 and increase them by 1. So this will become a jack. And this will become a 10. Which is closer to being a jack. Oh, only this gains the sell value. I thought these other... I thought everything gained sell value. I was like, how come these aren't more expansive? Alright, I think we might as well go ahead and sell this now. Do we buy the pack? If it has kings in it, or clubs... Nah, let's wait. You're thinking of gift card? Yeah. If it contains a pair... Well, I do get bonuses if we contain a pair, so... This should probably win it, right? Let's throw in the 6 just in case. Yep, there we go. I'm really bad at judging. Don't want that one. Arcanum! I think we just want to turn one of these into a wild card. Makes it easier to make flushes. Okay, this has 2 rounds remaining. I don't think the pairs really matter all that much. I'd rather just generate. We got one more chance to generate. Yeah, fuck it. We get 2 extra. Let's see what we get. Fuck. Maybe it's just me. This always seems like it's one of the worst jokers. Creates a tarot card if your poker hand contains an ace and a straight. So basically you have to go like ace, king, queen, jack, 10. And that's the only... And I guess you could craft your deck to try to make it so you mostly get those. Glutton is good. Yeah. Because we do have mostly clubs, actually. And then this is going to die at the end of the round, so let's just sell it. Okay, everything that's not a queen or a club, get out of here. I can almost make a straight just out of... just out of wild cards. Full house is worth 4. Flush is worth 4. Yeah. This is better. And we want to make sure it's the first one, so the multiplier. Alright, we got it. I want to move this over here. Also, thank you to Teddy for the tier 1 sub. What's that, the Pog Crowok? Yeah, let's sell this. 10-4 would be great if we weren't doing bosses. Glass cards are broken. Let's go ahead and get this. We open another buffoon. Aces give 20 chips, but it's eternal. This has the potential to get really, really high. 0.25 multiplier every time you add a card to your deck. The problem, of course, is that you gotta keep making your deck bigger, which makes it more difficult to do stuff. But I think we absolutely go for that. Arcana pack. $11 or 2 tarots. I think we turn this into a glass. I think we want the 2 tarots. Strength and another justice. That's pretty good. All face cards are drawn face down. Fuck! Okay. We can turn these into jacks. And we can turn one of these jacks into a glass jack. And then I think we just do like this and hope. 2 pair. Oh, I should have made the club. Okay, so these are all, even though they're face down, we know they're probably clubs. So we can just discard these. And then this should be a flush. Yep, there we go. $9. Holographics more likely. This is really good, but only for the next 10 hands. But I mean, how many hands are we going to play? And then we'll just get this. Got some chalky milk. Let's go. I might get some of that myself. Oh, it's sorted by... So we could turn another 10 into a jack. We are slowly making our way to the mostly jack deck. The problem is we get to convert 2 and the other one's going to be nigh useless. Or we could get our 1 queen and make it glass. Or make both of our... No, we don't really need aces. We want our face cards. I think we've got 2 club cards. We've got the club thing. Let's make both of these mults for now. Get $12. No, I need to try to buy packs as much as possible. Let's try this. Again. A pair is all you need, baby. The seltzer, like, doubling everything is crazy. We don't have enough to buy anything. I think we just want to wait. Yeah. Full house. $25,000, that's a lot. Strength. How many? I only have 2 10s left. Might as well. We just need regular packs. All okay, for a second I thought that... Where are the standard packs? We need the standard packs! What's the achievement? Is it for playing 5 jacks or discarding 5 jacks? Discarding. Yeah, I think we just play 4 of a kind. Make sure this one's first. I'll throw the 9 in there too. The Joker you get from that is dog shit. It's understandable, but I need to improve things. Or I need to get 100%. Ooh, Spectral. Money! Oh, I could turn things to clubs. I need more clubs. You so rarely get this. Ooh. Creates a legendary Joker. I have to delete one, though. It's probably the scary face, right? Because 30 chips for every face is not that many. I think the molt, especially if we're going for... But this is going to run out eventually, but it's also like our biggest score gainer. Oh, this is common. We can get it again. Let's see what we got. Huh. Played kings and queens give ×2. That's like as good as it could possibly be. That's like the best one. We're so back. I just need... Okay, screw the jacks. We gotta turn everything into kings and queens. -1 hand size. I am fine with that. Okay, so how many points is like a full house with 3 kings worth under this? A pair, it was already too high. 700,000? That's pretty good, chat. Mega Spectral Pack. Okay. Add a red seal, which means the card will trigger again, but we got none of our kings or queens. Destroy 1 random card, add aces. We don't want to lose our jacks. Add polychrome to a joker and destroy the others. No. Create 2 copies of 1 card in your hand. More jacks! And I guess we'll give one of the jacks a red seal, because these other ones are, like, actively bad. Oh, and we added some cards to our deck, so we have a 1.5 multiplier now. Mega Pack! Another jack! I don't want the rest of these. Free standard Mega Pack. Yeah, I could just add another... Oh wait, I forgot. We want to add stuff no matter what because of hologram, right? Like, even if it's dog water, adding one just gives us, like, additional multiplier. Okay. We could probably get 50,000 even without... Just with like 2 pair. Without having to risk the glass. If you don't know, the glass gives ×2. But there's a chance, 1 in 4 chance it just dies. And I could upgrade them, the jacks, into kings, but I want to wait to try to get the achievement. Okay, we've already got it. 5 more hands. So good. We have like no money though is the problem. Ooh, yeah. Rerolls give extra. Okay, the boss blind is not bad here. The thing is, we need to get that ticket, because if we get the boss blind that's like, all of your face cards are debuffed, we just lose. Like, we just lose instantly. Okay, so that's a spade. The rest of these are already... They're already clubs! We can buy it at after the next round. Yeah, let's just save. Come on, I've got so many jacks in this deck. Oh wait, these are spades. Yeah, let's turn these into clubs. I am curious, is this enough to get me, like, a win? Just the high card? No. 4 of them things. I swear if I lose because I'm trying to do this fucking achievement. No, one of my jacks broke. And you're wasting seltzer. Yeah. 4, I need a money-making card. Okay, always discard 1 on this, because you draw 3. So this, should I sell it for the 3? No. Hand size go up is good. I can't build up any money. Another queen. Mega Celestial pack, Spectral pack. Yeah, I might as well. Flush, go up. And full house. Those seem to be my most likely things. Yep, we're just gonna use Spectral on the boss. I already have almost no money, chat. Fuck it. Oh. Copies the ability of the Joker to the right, eh? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Worth it. Never mind, we win. Never punished. Why am I keeping an ace? We just want kings and queens. I'm so close, chat. Let's go ahead and do this. We gain a jack, we lose a jack. So the first one played each turn gets it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then if you don't know, this copies the joker to the right, and the one to the right is the kings and queens give ×2. So now they give ×4. $11 million. Double the money. Do I get... No, I can't afford the blank now. Yeah, we do both of these, right? Enhanced to molt cards. Yeah, we're gonna turn our kings into molts. I don't know why I'm like, I need to buy more cards to get this ranked up. I think we can do it. At this point, I think all we need to do is just save our money on Arcana packs. Yeah. We just need to save our money and get our Arcana packs. I'm wondering... Do we sell the Gluttonous? Because at this point we're getting so much that, like, the +3 molt doesn't really do a whole lot, does it? If we get this, we can actually just, like, start getting more money. Although it's pretty late in the run. Does the multi-stack? It's for every club, and our deck is all clubs. Gluttonous stopped mattering on, like, ante 2 and 3. Yeah, it goes before all the ×2s. That's the importance of the order. We add a bunch of 3s. We add 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and then we add it like twice each time because we replay everyone, and then we multiply it. Forces one card to always be selected. I don't think that'll be a problem. Photograph has +10 already. Good point. We keep getting 4! I'm curious with just this, is a pair enough? No. 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally! Achievement unlocked! Okay, this should be more than enough, right? Yeah. You should always put clubs in front. True. Good point. Okay, now we don't have to worry about the jacks anymore. Yeah, adding cards can only hurt us. Flush. Okay, so yeah, we just absolutely need to get kings and queens and stuff. Fuck. We've still got, what, 4 kings? Oh, we could maybe get, like, a full house if we draw another jack. 3 kings might be enough, actually. Let's see if we can get it to select a king. Uh, 3 kings might be enough. Put the club in front. Good point. Uh-oh. No! Yeah, You have 2 queens? I hope so. Okay, just barely. We did it! I didn't even realize that was the last one! Best hand, 11 million. Easy, not hard. Okay, let's check out the map real quick. Virginia, with 74% in, is going for Kamala. So they might flip Virginia. Georgia's still close. North Carolina's still close. Michigan and Wisconsin. Shit, I didn't think it would be so close, chat. Oh, come on. We were doing so well. Why would you re-elect this asshole? Yeah, the only thing it looks... Oh, I forgot that this was tiny. Damn. Well, at least Amendment 3 is passing. Looks like it. But hi, hello. Trump, well, again, as we said before, there's always the, what they call the red mirage. All the rural districts get counted first. And also, Harris is always going to be behind until California comes in. California, Oregon, Washington, these are all going to go for Harris, almost like 90% sure. It's really just a matter of, like, if Arizona, Virginia, North Carolina, and, I can never remember which one of these is the swing state. I guess it's Michigan. I think it's Michigan? Yeah, because that's where Detroit. Polls haven't even closed yet. True! Oh, I got a message. What's the message? Okay, give me a second, chat. It's almost 10 o'clock. I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm gonna make a sandwich real quick. And then we'll continue this on endless mode and see if I can beat, like, the late stuff. I'll be right back. This should only take a couple minutes. And now I'm back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here, and there's some dirt upon my seat. What did I miss, chat? It shouldn't be this close. No, it should not. Oh, hey, it updated while I was gone, and they put California on there. There goes California. And Washington. Yep, Arizona. Wisconsin and Michigan. Yep, close. Pennsylvania. Virginia got 74% left. North Carolina's really close. Yeah. I love that. You can't even see it there. With 0% reporting in, they have no counts. It's like the polls open and they're like, it's California. It's going to go for Harris. He isn't a felon. He committed treason. No, he did both. He's a treasonous felon. Still no surprises yet. Yep. Okay, I'm almost to 25. Turn cards to... Oh, wait. Fuck. Almost to 25. Spend a bunch of money. Turn shit to clubs. Don't mind if I do. Fuck it. Strength. Okay, we don't need the jacks anymore. So we can move the jacks up to queens. $1 for every played hand. $30. Deal. $30 more. Oh no! All face cards are debuffed. Reroll. Okay, thank the Lord. That would have ended the run. Yep, let's do it. If we can survive this one, then we'll probably we'll be like set in terms of money. But we need to get like all kings and queens. We can't afford to play like anything but. Oh, that's all. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. Okay, everyone calm down. Now that's a hand worth playing. We put the mult in front, right? Has the swing states been counted yet? No. Oh, this isn't a club. Flush house. You can't, this isn't a real poker hand, chat. You can't normally get a flush house. I wish. I wish I could. I'm sorry. Let's try it. Just barely. We just barely made it, chat. Flush house is so good, if you play it in real life, they'll kick you out. That's neat, but I don't have any hearts. Reroll unlimited times. That's probably worth it. Okay. How are we looking in terms of... The diamonds are almost gone. We've just got a smattering of diamonds. Mostly spades. So I think our chances of getting a flush house are almost higher than a full house. So let's go for that. Four of a kind's higher than a flush, right? Or full house. Yeah. As long as we've got 25, we don't have the voucher that, like, increases. Yeah. Per consecutive hand, playing without playing your most played hand. What's my most played hand? A full house. So as long as I don't play a full house, if I play a flush house or four of a kind, the problem is once I've hit 7, yeah, obelisk is not good here. Let's just go next. Your deck, yeah, the deck is pretty cracked at the moment. This is another flush house, right? It's only got 2 kings, but maybe with the flushes it'll be enough. Nope. Not even close. We need to get exclusively like kings and queens. Fuck. Hopefully this works. Okay, a full house is still enough to get it done. As long as it's all kings and queens. We really just need those Arcana cards. Strength. Yeah, that gives us another queen. Full house. Things have been getting harder and harder these days. Food is so expensive. Housing is so expensive. It wasn't like it like this. True. How's it going? It's going all right. It's only 5 times the score. I mean, the score just like goes up exponentially. Hey, death. Isn't inflation standard? I mean, yeah, inflation is a function of reality. Or not reality, but it's a function of capitalism. It happens regardless. That's how you grow an economy. But it's more out of control because of deregulation in the housing market and what was it? Deregulation in the housing market and the Trump era tariffs. Those like set that okay. Deregulation in the housing market, Trump era tariffs, and the ramifications of COVID. Which, I mean, the latter, I mean, obviously Trump's tariffs are Trump's fault. COVID, kind of his fault. He definitely could have handled it better. But yeah, that is, you know, there's always people like, ooh, pardon me. What can the president even do to curb inflation? Not a whole lot. Red deck, red blind. We're doing a gold blind. Or not gold. Oh, oh, we're on the orange stake. Yeah, I just beat it for the first time. The color is wonky. Beware the boss. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should re-roll it. Because, on the one hand, I do a full house most of the time, but on the other hand, I'm close to being able to do, like, flush houses or a 4. Yeah, I mean, Biden pushed the Inflation Reduction Act, but that was, you know, Congress passed it. It was his thing. Idaho never had regulations on the housing market. And Trump's plan is to add more tariffs. Yeah. That's the, real quick, I want to look up the exact numbers here. Because it was Trump tariffs. Um, 2020? No, was it 2019? I probably should have had this saved. It's like cheating at poker, the game. Yeah, it's pretty fun. We're just going back and forth between this and talking politics stuff. But it was something I remember. It was because someone had asked me about this, and I did a deep dive into it. Now I can't find my sources because it's been a couple weeks. So I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something like in the latter half of his what's it called? Why can't I think of the word? Term. In the latter half of his term, Trump instituted a bunch of tariffs on China. Which, if you don't know what a tariff is, a lot of people see like, oh, the tariffs are on China, so they pay it. No, no, no. Americans pay the tariffs. They're a tax. They're a tax on if you buy Chinese goods. It makes them more expensive. And I believe he did, I think, like $80 billion worth of tariffs. Which sounds like a lot, and it is. But he plans when he comes back. I think his tax plan is not public. He's just got like vague notions of plans. But based on what he's said, it's estimated that his next round would be like 800 billion. Like 10 times higher. Way, way, way bigger. The intention is to discourage, yeah. If you don't know how tariffs work, I did a deep dive on this because I thought I didn't know a whole lot about tariffs. I knew that they were like taxes. I knew it had something to do with the trade war. But basically a tariff is a tax on imported goods. Should I bring up a little sheet? Sure, we'll put up the paint. We'll bring up MS Paint here real quick. It's time for Tariffs 101 with Hardleg. Let's see. Blinding white. So let's say you put a tariff on steel, and we're just going to be making up a whole bunch of numbers easily. Time to pirate software. Oh, weird. The other camera went to that too. You're not supposed to be this. You're supposed to go to The election. Oh. Why does changing one change the other? Well, whatever. We'll make that one small again. Okay, so let's do steel. And there's, let's just say for the sake of thing, there's two countries that make steel. China and the good old USA. Now, Chinese steel, let's just say is like, for the sake of using things, is like $1 per pound or something like that. Ugh, 230. Yeah. So let's say China, it's like $1 per pound. If you want to import it. It's probably way higher than that. It's probably some other thing. I don't even know how they do it. Russia makes steel too. Yeah. Now, US companies also sell steel, but US steel is $2. It's more expensive. Why is it more expensive? Because the USA pays, like, better rates. USA generally has, like, better regulations and everything. If you talk to, not talk to, but if you hear Donald Trump talk about it, he'll tell you that, like, China is cheating. They have government subsidies where the government will give steel companies a bunch of money to make more steel to offset the cost. That allows them to sell it cheaper. They also have probably worse regulations, probably more accidents. I don't actually know because I'm not an expert on like industrial steel manufacturing. But that's the general perception is that Chinese manufacturing is not as high quality, not as good as US. The problem is, we live in a capitalist system. If you're an American company and you need to buy like 10,000 tons of steel, are you going to spend $10,000 from China or $20,000 to buy American? You know, if you're talking double the price, of course they're going to import it from China. Even if the importation costs extra money, you save so much that Americans can't compete. So what a tariff does is says, if you want to import from China, you've got to pay a tax. A tariff is a tax. And how much is that tax? It depends. But I think in the case of the Donald Trump tax plan, it basically was like, offset the cost. So the tax is $1. So now if you want to buy Chinese steel, it costs $2. With the idea being, if Chinese steel and American steel cost the same amount of money, well then you would buy the US steel. Then you spend more money in the US economy grows, they build more steel plants, everything grows and everything. I think you meant steel. So in theory, you know, that sounds like a good plan. There's two problems with this. One, notice that the price hasn't actually changed. Or not the price, but notice that like if you're buying steel, if you're a company that wants to buy steel, what just happened to the price of it? It doubled. It doesn't matter where you get it from, China or the US, you're now paying twice as much. So if you have to pay twice as much to import steel, then that means like, okay, the new building you want to build, that costs double the money. You've got to, like, you can't make your shareholders pay less. You pass that on to the customers. So now, you know, manufacturer wants to build a structure. You're paying twice as much as that. So that means the, or what's like a good example? What company imports steel? A company that makes like manufacturing equipment, you know, industrial machinery. They're importing the steel, their prices just doubled. So now if you want to buy any product made of steel, the price to the customer has doubled. So if you're, say, like a meat packing plant, and you need to buy a new, like a new assembly line, or new equipment, or a new building, the price for you just doubled. Which means the price of meat doubles. which means the price of meat at the supermarket doubles. $2, that's a steal, yeah. So if you're wondering, like, why do we have inflation, it's because a lot of these, at least one element of it, is these tariffs have raised the price of everything. In the long term, it should hopefully grow the American economy, but in the short term, everything is going to go up. Because you haven't made anything cheaper, you've made everything more expensive. The other problem with this is unless you make the Chinese stuff significantly cheaper, most companies already have like an existing relationship with a Chinese company, right? Like if you're a company that makes steel products, you've been importing from one company for like 20 years. You probably don't have business relationships, you don't have a special deal, you don't know the people who work in the US steel industry. So as a result, even if the price is the same, or even if the price goes up, you're gonna stay with what you've got. Because it's easier to stick with what you have than to change, unless the tax rates go up, like the tariffs are super, super high. And then the third thing, of course, is that because China's been making so much steel for so long, there's actually not a whole lot of steel production left in the United States. So when they did this, there were a bunch of companies that were like, well, you know, if it's the same price either way, I'll start a new business relationship, we'll sever ties with China, we'll buy US steel. And suddenly, the US steel manufacturer had like 8-9 companies knocking at their door asking for product. They don't have enough steel for 8 or 9 people. Supply is really up. Or, I'm sorry, demand is really up. Supply hasn't caught up. You know what that means? That means they're gonna charge people $3 for that steel. So the price goes up regardless. It's irresponsible to have one, yeah. But that just goes with, capitalist systems in general. Companies are being very reckless. They're doing whatever makes them the most money in the short term, and they don't care about long-term sustainability. So the solution is to change nothing. The solution is to build a base of US manufacturing first by giving subsidies. So here's a good example. Microchips. Silicon-based chips. China also makes those. Let's say again, they just sell chips for $1. The USA doesn't have any microchips. Let's not even put a 0. Not applicable. We don't manufacture those here. We don't have a base for it. It's never been an industry that we did. But Donald Trump's tariffs, he's like, that's one of their biggest exporters. We need to make US more competitive. Let's add a tariff on microchips. If you're wondering why electronics got a lot more expensive, the price of microchips doubled. And the problem here is that there isn't a US alternative. We don't have the facilities to make that. So that's one of the things that Joe Biden did when he came into office. You know, he doesn't get credit for much. I had people ask, like, why don't they repeal the tariffs? Why don't they take them down? The problem, of course, with any capitalist industry is they will never lower prices unless they have to. If people are paying $2 for microchips now, and America decides to get rid of the tax, then all China's gonna do is be like, well, I guess we get to keep that money. You're already paying $2, might as well just double our price, because we know that you'll pay that price. The market can bear it. So removing the tariffs once they've been added doesn't do anything. Instead, what Biden did was he passed the CHIPS Act, which is basically we're going to give a bunch of tax money and a bunch of tax incentives to foster American companies and tell them to build microchips in America. You build up a big manufacturing base, knowing that those tariffs are in place, and you can tell them, hey, if you can get your chips down to like $199, if you can build this up, we'll give you tax-free, you can make profit, there'll be no reason for anyone to go to China. And so that's the smart way. If you want to build industry, you do subsidies first, you incentivize people to build those industries, you make it cheap, you make it thrive, and then you add tariffs. If that's what you want to do. What's the current? We can look. It's more because the yeah. As with almost anything I say here, what's the phrase? Life defies simplicity. Like, it's not just that simple, but those are the broad strokes of it. Now, where's this? There we go. Oh, is that the one? Why can't I get it back where it was? That's even bigger. $230, $270 to win. Ah, it's damn close. It's closer than it's been in a while, yeah. But so that's the broad strokes. That's why a bunch of Nobel Prize winning economists were like, Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He seems to think that if he puts a tariff on China, that he's punishing China, that the taxes are paid by China. And that's not how it works. It only increases inflation for Americans, and he wants to do more of those tariffs. So either he's confused and he doesn't know, or and I haven't seen the actual thing on this, but I heard that like Elon Musk was talking, and he was basically saying, yeah, the plan is to implement a bunch of tariffs, inflation will go out of control, and it will essentially crash the economy. And then the idea is to just rebuild it from the ashes. Start from the ground up with a whole bunch of companies. And presumably the idea is that if the economy crashes, kind of like in 2008, the government will step in and be like, well, we have to bail them out. Which means they get a whole bunch of new powers, a whole bunch of new stuff. They'll blame the collapse on, regulations. They'll blame it on X companies, and the companies that sucked up to Donald Trump will probably be the ones that end up coming out ahead. Wrong order for the little guys? Yeah. What is the infinity symbol on the middle of the Joker? It means it can't be destroyed or sold. It doesn't sound like the best idea. No. But it's also, what was it? And this obviously isn't something that... I haven't even heard this rumor, but it makes sense that, like, I was saying before, a big worry with Donald Trump. There was someone at the top, they're like, if he wins, the only good thing is that we'll only have to deal with him until 2029, and then he'll be gone. It's like, unless he dies in office, which to be fair is likely at his age, I don't think there's going to be another election. I think he's going to probably cause so much trouble that he's going to be able, like, you know, let's say for sake of an instance, he does a bunch of tariffs, inflation goes out of control, there start being riots, there start being protests against what he's done. He can then be like, look at all these Antifa agitators, look at all these liberals, look at all these communists coming out of the woodwork. We need to crack down, we need to declare martial law. There's a state of emergency. I can't possibly be expected to do a peaceful transfer of power while all this civil unrest is happening. Just deal with the Joker with a non-targeting send to the graveyard. 25th Amendment theory? Yeah. And the big question, of course, again, if Trump is that old, if he does, like, fall out, it's like, who would he pick a successor? Would his successor follow through with that plan? Does J.D. Vance have the balls to, like, step up and follow through with that? Or is he gonna go back to the Constitution? Does Trump have kids? He has so many kids. Eric Trump. Okay. Yeah, we're doing this. We just need kings and queens. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's go ahead and turn this ace into a king. Ah! I did that the wrong way! No! Fuck. Oops. Hopefully this does it. Okay, we're still good. That's what happens when we get distracted. I didn't know till right now you were doing stuff. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out, watching the election results roll in. Well, GG. Yeah, and of course, as always, that's the thing. I don't want to scare people. I'm talking like worst case scenario. The things to remember is that no matter what happens, there's going to be people who are going to try to stop this. There's going to be people who step up. And like Dr. Manhattan says, nothing ever ends. So even if the economy crashes and Trump takes over and things go like... America will still be here. I don't know how bad it'll be until then. Maybe we'll have to flee to Canada. But nothing ever lasts forever. Yep, let's try it. It'll suck if I lose all my money, but... Yeah, I can't play... I got several hands. Let's... Flush house. Okay, that doesn't count. It's only if I play a full house. Alright, thank you. Okay, we can't play a full house or we lose all our money. Play the Molt. Yeah, Molt 4 is bigger than Molt 3. 4 of a kind. We'll put that 2 in there too. 4 of a kind should be enough. Yeah, okay. A full house is worth more than a flush house. Unfortunately, I don't think we can get to a full house. No, a flush house is 220 times 22. Full house is 140 times 12. One extra hand? Yes, please. Okay, come on, tarot cards. Let's see if we can undo some of this mess. Yeah, we just need more kings and queens. I guess we just do in strength. I really need some hanged men to, like, get rid of some of these cards. My deck is too fat. A queen? I'll take it. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be buying cards. Imagine all the activities you could do. Logan the Red with 7. Logan the Red 77. Thank you for the prime hype. I'll get your name eventually. 29 million. What the fuck? That red seal needs to turn into a queen? Yes. I think I need to discard, like, all of these. The red seal needs to turn into a queen, and my queens need to turn into clubs. Four of a kind is still worth... I think even if I get a flush house, it won't be enough, will it? I've got 3 jacks and 6 queens and 2 kings. How much is a 5 of a kind worth? I don't know, I haven't gotten it yet. Yeah, we just need queens and kings. It's not a flush house, though! Oh wait, yes it is. No, it's not. This is a damn spade! I guess we save one of our kings. That's times 12. What's this? Times 13? Yeah, I think we just go with the 4 of a kind. The Herbish, thank you for the Prime hype. I think I need to hope for like another 4 of a kind with queens. I think that's the only way this is maybe works. There we go. Fuck. No, not like this! I think that's the best I could do. Ripperoni. We got so far, and we got so far, but in the end, we were just far. But we unlocked a couple things. We discarded the 5 jacks. Gets 5 multiplier for every jack discarded this round. That's not awful. That has potential. The erratic deck. All ranks and suits are randomized. Okay, what's the final, the gold shape? Shops can have rental jokers. So do we try to go for the gold stake, or do we play like the erratic deck? Can I hide in here for the night? Sure. Play the erratic. Looking real quick. Arizona is 49.8 to 49.4. Georgia is 51 to 48. Pennsylvania is 51 to 47. Minnesota has a pretty stark lead for Kamala. And Nevada hasn't even started. And that's apparently a key race. Yep, once again, it's just going to come down to the swing states. And Alaska and Hawaii give like 2 each or whatever. This system sucks, yeah. Any of the 3 swing states? Yeah, I'm surprised it's this close. Yeah. Free Joker? Free Joker? Let's see, what's our deck look like? Well, we've got 7 jacks and 6 tens. Pretty even between the suits. So if we can get anything that has to do with jacks or tens, we're pretty good. Oh, that's a club, damn it. Fine, I'll use the high contrast cards. Wait, where are they? Customized deck? Ah. We can also play with the Witcher cards, chat. Or Cyberpunk 2077. Do you want the Witcher and or Cyberpunk cards? Or should we just stick with the classic? We could also have Among Us cards. Or The Binding of Isaac. Among Us hearts. Among Us games. Vampire Survivors. Slay the Spire. Okay, I'll just keep those. Stardew Valley. Why was the Electoral College introduced to begin with? Slavery, mostly. As is often the case. Okay. I believe it had something to do with the 3/5 compromise. Because the northern, what was it? The northern states had a higher population. Or what was it? Yeah, the northern states had a much higher population. Especially if you only included, like, free people. So the southern states were worried that any system that relied entirely on population would result in them getting outvoted and then slavery would be removed. That's why they had the 3/5 compromise, where every slave counts as 3/5 of a person. So 2 slaves counts as like 1 whole person for the point of population. They thought landowners should vote. I mean, that makes sense is in terms of, like, who should be able to vote? The people who live here. Who's the people that live here? The people who own land. Yeah, they don't get their vote. They got to vote for their slaves. Okay, these colors are already kind of messing with my brain. I can't I gotta put them back. It's too much all at once. Oh, a pair of 10s would probably want, that's fine. Okay, we get 2 free jacks. Yes, that'll help us in the future. Oh wait, now I can't re-roll. The next space joker is negative. Sure. Okay, now we're playing. Winning this one without having anything is going to be difficult. I should not have done this. Yeah, I think getting a flush is easier than getting a straight. Nope, I would have gotten a queen. But now I don't have a 10. I'm never gonna be able to claim all my jokers! I waited too long for my delayed satisfaction. Damn it! Stupid blinds, you made me look bad. My only solace is that no one's gonna be happy. How does that bring you solace? The only solution is to organize a massive bipartisan protest. See, that's the most unfortunate thing about this. I don't want to get too revolutionary or anything, but it always baffles me that people are like, the prices of my groceries are too high, and that's the government's fault. They're like, we want the government to fix this. And it's like, okay. So the government could take over the stores and run them and charge a fair price instead of trying to make a profit. No, that's communism. Okay, well, the government could put regulations on stores to limit the price. No, that's price fixing. I want the government to make things cheaper, but I don't want them to infringe on the free market in any meaningful way. I'm like, well, I'm sorry to tell you, but the price is set 90% by the free market. Free market. Your problem is not the government. Your problem is private businesses. And the only way to really stand up to them is to use the government. And it's unfortunate that so many people are so against the government doing anything with business that they don't realize the huge contradiction there. They'll be like, you know, the store that is run by a private business whose rights cannot be infringed is making my life unlivable. Fuck the free market, yeah. That's what some people will be like, you know, I'm an undecided voter. Who, you know, all I care about is that the price of groceries are high. Now, which person is going to do that? I'm like, well, the prices are set by private companies. The Democrats run on a platform almost universally of trying to regulate big business and support unions. The Republicans work on deregulating big business. When you deregulate a business, they increase the prices. I hope this helps. This is a basic 101. If you want prices to be cheaper, vote Democrat. People will be better if they realize how bad things are. The problem is, things get bad, and then instead of people, like, thinking about or examining things, they just immediately, like, get scared, and then they blame whatever fearmonger will tell them. You know, someone will be like, the problem with grocery prices is, I don't know, trans people, illegal immigrants somehow. They're both responsible for that, and they'll be like, yes, we should make laws that change who should play sports. The left can break that by building a movement from the ground up using local elections. Yeah. They don't know shit about the economy. That's the thing, is like, you explain economic democracy to most people, and they're like, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. All these companies are making my life miserable. It would be nice if we ran them democratically. And then you're like, good. So you're for seizing the means of production then, right? And they're like, what does that mean? I'm like, well, it's socialism. And they're like, no, no, no. I don't want that. That doesn't work. And it isn't a deal breaker? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, most people don't pay attention to politics. Or if they do, they listen to, like, Fox News, which is not a news channel. They are an entertainment channel. This is not like my opinion. This is what they have legally stated in court to get away with the fact that they, like, peddle lies. They're like, no, no, no. Our hosts are entertainers who are speculating. We're just making jokes and guffaws. You'd have to be a fool to take us as a serious news source. You have two options, facts or Fox News. Yeah, it is. I am wondering if it's just, is it just young men? Are young men just, like, so brainwashed by Tate that they're like, I ain't voting for a woman. She'll probably make me wear a dress or something. We'll have to learn about periods in high school. Socialism is when the government does stuff, and the more the government does stuff, the more socialist it is. And when you get to 100% socialism, then it's communism. The USSR broke everyone's brain on communism. Well, I mean, to be fair, they had a lot of help from, like, every Western government who was scared to death of the people getting more power. Okay, let's try this again. But this time, I'm not gonna buy the thing. I'll actually select whatever I get. Three of a kind. Yeah, and we'll just throw those other ones in there. Three of a kind ain't shit. I have... Oh yeah, I forgot to look at my deck beforehand. I forgot this is the random deck. I was like, what are the chances? Turns out they're pretty high. I have 6 queens, 2 kings left. Okay, let's try this. There we go. That should do it, hopefully. It's gonna be 10, 20, 30 times 3 is 90. Okay, we just barely made it. Uh, 15 molt when 0 discards remaining. I do that all the time. If hand contains a pair. If I buy this, I can't buy this. What do we do? Do we gamble, chat? I guess I should look at the deck real quick. What are our chances of getting a pair? We have a bunch of 9s and 10s and queens. Let's go gambling! Spades or clubs? I have a bunch of diamonds and clubs. $1 at the end of the round for every unique planet card used on this run. I do need a way to get money. Oh wait, I got a free Joker still waiting for me. That's a pretty good one. First card played this round is used 2 more times. Have you read the book Why Nations Fail? No. Free foil? Sure. Oh, dang it. I actually like Satellite, yeah. Getting the ballot Joker is fitting. Okay, so what do we have a bunch of again? We have a bunch of queens, 9s, 10s, and 7. Queen, 9, 10, 7. So we want to get a full house. Gotta do this. Oh, my Joker, okay. Nine, 3 times! Alright, we can get 3,000. Hey, banana! Or I'm sorry, gross Mikkel. 15 malt. 1 in 6 chance that it's just fucking destroyed. Ooh, banana. I think I actually want to put this at the end, because this gives chips. Yeah. I need to get planets. There we go. 4 of a kind? It's probably enough. Yeah, there we go. Poker? It's Balatro, which is like poker and solitaire, but with fundamental differences. Yep, Georgia, 93% reporting. Donald's got 50.8. Upgrade the level of the first discarded poker hand. I can never make that work. Yeah, so far we don't really have anything. I think we just wait. Negative Joker. I do like negative Jokers, chat. Oh wait, this only works if I have no draws remaining. Okay. That's better. Just playing a pair build. No, my banana! Like Donkey Kong, I have lost my banana. Damn it! So, the zero jokers, they don't take up a slot. They're negative jokers. 30 chips for every remaining discard. 15 malt when 0 discards remain. Might as well just sell it. 2 tarot cards, alright. Again, what do we want to get? We've got a bunch of queens, we've got a bunch of 10s, 7. Did I have a bunch of 9s? Yeah, sorry. Queen, 10, 9, 7. So anything that's not a queen, a 10, a 9, or a 7, let's just destroy it. We're making a queen, 10, 9, 7 build. That's just how it goes. This queen, glass. Actually, we should probably wait. Could get a free joker. Free joker could be anything. Or we could get 2 tarot cards. Luke Von Karma rating with a party of 128. Danny left us, I'm sorry to hear. Hardleg, who do you think will win? I think Kamala still got it. I mean, we went over this before, but I mean, I guess now we got a bunch of new people here. And again, I always feel like I'm jinxing it or whatever, but Donald Trump barely beat Hillary Clinton in 2016. He only won due to the Electoral College. He lost the popular vote. And Hillary Clinton is like one of the most unlikable people in the world. Then he lost to Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's barely better than Hillary Clinton. Kamala is far more charismatic, far more competent than either Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. So I can't imagine that he would lose to her. Especially since, since 2016, when he had his best performance, I can't imagine he's gained any new fans. Unless, the only thing I could think of is there's a bunch of, 18-year-old men who are fresh out of, the alt-right Andrew Tate pipeline, and they are radicalized against voting for a woman. That's the only thing I could think of. She's not white, so that's a toss-up. Yeah, I guess so. Graduates of PragerU, yeah. It's possible that young alpha, Gen Alpha men, instead of being very liberal, are actually, completely red-pilled. I think COVID has done a lot to strengthen far-right people. Possibly. There's also keep in mind, I think 13 million old people have died since 2016. Between, the linear passage of time and COVID especially, a lot of the older, more conservative people have been completely decimated. And because of the way COVID COVID vaccinations, once the vaccination came, the rate of death among conservatives went up significantly higher. Because the conservative media pipeline was like, don't get vaccinated, don't trust that shit. So they have a significantly higher mortality rate. So they're missing a lot of the base that they had in 2016. I can't imagine anything he's done since 2016 has made him more popular. So unless just racism, misogyny has absolutely exploded, especially among younger people, Or if the anti-Palestine stuff has really convinced a lot of people not to go vote. I sincerely hope that deficit is what kills their chances this time. Only time will see. Would you say that was a factor with Obama in 2008? Yeah, I mean, Obama got elected. I feel, because that's the thing, is like, you brought up, you're like, Kamala's black, or she's not white, however you want to describe it. Like, I feel like we've already broken that color barrier. And the only people who were, like, bothered and upset by that are the people who weren't going to vote for her anyway. Poor Palestine, yeah. What was I doing here again? Oh yeah, Joker or... Fuck it, we gamble, we will win. Turtle Bean. +5 hand size, but reduces by 1 every round. The bean gets a little smaller. What's our crazy deck looking like again? We've got 10, 7s, queens. 10, 7, queen, right? Oh, 10. Queen, 10, 9, 7. We're just trying to make a deck of all those until we can find something better to do. First hand is face down. I didn't think about how that would react to the turtle beam. Oh, wow. So these are all high cards. We've got more hands than we've got discards. Let's just throw out some shit. Okay. Let's make a glass queen. And let's hope that 2 of these face-down cards are also queens. One of them was 4 of a kind, baby! Yeah, that's probably it. Every conservative played BioShock and was like, see, games are better before they had politics. I don't find Kamala particularly charismatic. Don't get me wrong, Kamala's like, she couldn't be a movie star. She's not like a cult of personality. But have you seen Joe Biden? You know, you get Joe Biden and he like walks out there like, we will not stand for this. You know, Kamala comes out, she can move. She's like, I can talk with authority without slurring any of my words. It's a low bar, but neither of the other candidates can do it. And unlike Hillary Clinton, he doesn't sound like some sort of like movie witch. She's not up there like, ah. That's, I don't know what I was supposed to do. That's my Hillary Clinton impression. Accurate. You remember when she came out on stage and she just stared into the microphone and she just went, ah, and I'll get your little dog too. Pokemon, go to the polls! MBT just turned off the stream. Let's reload. Nope, it's still updating. I mean, to be fair, they're on the East Coast. It's like almost midnight here, but it's not midnight yet. Oh yeah, the planets. I need to get these. Three of a kind, yes. It's really hard to see my friends struggling so much. Yep. I don't know, it's like people like, I feel sorry for Americans. Like, I don't know, I feel sorry for non-Americans. At least I have the veneer of like, I can affect things, I can go out and vote. You have to deal with the results of like American hegemony and you don't have a say in the matter. Yeah, and I haven't been keeping up with any of the news. I've just been watching this. I don't know, what was MBT's stream like? Was he watching, like, ABC or anything? Or were they just watching, like, the Electoral College stuff come in? Kamala Tail, he was watching everything. Nothing interesting. Yeah, because the one thing they were talking about is the Red Mirage. Because this happened with Biden when he won. This happens like every time. Trump always leads in the start. Every Republican does, for the most part. Because they count the rural areas first. There's less people there. There's less polling places. They tend to get everything together and get it done, like, before sundown. Meanwhile, if you want to count, like, you're talking about Georgia, right? It's like, yeah, all these little counties out here in the boondocks or whatever, like, it's easy to count those. You want to count Atlanta, that's going to take a while. There's like millions and millions and millions of people there. So it takes longer to get to the cities, and the cities tend to drift more towards the Democratic side. And this is especially true in swing states, where oftentimes things are like done to disadvantage people in cities. We've talked before about how, like, Atlanta has far fewer polling places than a lot of other major cities, and as a result, there's people, like, still in line at, like, midnight. What's going on in Pennsylvania right now? 86% reporting in. It's 50.9 Donald, 48 Kamala. The urban-rural divide is wild. Yeah. Fucking Jill Stein! But it's fine. Chase Oliver got they both got 0.5. So she probably took from Kamala and he took from Donald Trump. Michigan's 52% reporting in. Ooh, Donald Trump has a pretty big lead in Michigan. Yeah, so it's possible we won't know for sure. Should have just kept calling them weird, yeah. It'll be interesting to see the aftermath on this if it does. The Senate is expected to go Republican. Fuck. Man, my hand is big. I do have a bunch of 10s. There we go. Ace, king, queen, jack, 10. Royal flush! Hate that I'm sitting here, Australian, panicking about all this. Wait, a royal flush wasn't enough to get... Oh, I gotta use all my discards. I forgot about that. That's fine. Why is your game speed so slow? We had people here before who were new to Balatro and didn't know how it worked. So I turned down the game speed so they could understand things a little bit better. If you want, we can turn things back up to 4. Who'd you vote for? Kamala. It hurts me as a Balatro player. Yeah. What's my most? I have diamonds. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, sure. Oh boy. If I can get a bunch of planets... Yeah, we just take the money. Yeah, we need money. Yeah, this setup kind of... I mean, this is good. Everything else here is kind of... Nah. I mean, this thing we'll have to get rid of eventually anyway. Oh. Let's go ahead and turn this into a 2. Let's turn these queens into lucky queens. Hey, $20. Satellite is so mid, it hurts. I feel like, well, granted, I just got it recently, but it feels like a pretty good way to get money. My mom voted for Trump thinking he would bring us respect to America abroad. Ah, I see. So she doesn't know anything about the world then. What state do you live in? Missouri. Yeah, RFK in charge of healthcare. Quark. Let's go gambling! Nope. I guess if I get another queen or something. I have a bunch of 10s, right? 10s and queens. And 9s. Yeah, I gotta get rid of this eventually. Might as well. Oh, well, thank you, Sleet Bing Bong, for the 1,000 bits. That's like $10. I don't know what I did to do that, but I appreciate it. Need all those planet cards. I mean, I got a bunch. All face cards debuffed. I have so many queens, chat. I don't get it. I sold it. Did I do that wrong? Do I have to sell it while I'm in the thing? You need to be in the ante. I hate this game. Everyone does it once, and only once. My glass queen! I thought I had a straight already. Did I discard my 6? Wow, I'm just off my game. Off my rocker even. Let's see. I've got 4 10s left. 6 9s, 3 7s. Well, oh wait, hold up, full house might do it. Okay, we made it. Copies the ability of the leftmost joker. Now we can get a ton of money, or we can re-roll things a whole bunch. Which planet haven't I got yet? 2 pair? Rattle me bones! Thank you for the prime hype. Didn't think you'd go this long. I mean, I might as well. It's not like I'm, like, doing a whole bunch. Plus, it helps to have something to yap about. Okay. We're gonna take this boot to the moon, chat. We're gonna moon boot. Sure, telescope. Easiest thing of my career? Four queens? Oh, this is incompatible. Damn it! I was like, I'll get so much money now. Okay, I need to move this. I think we're gonna do it like this for now. Yeah, I thought we were gonna get the satellite and then we would get 14 bucks. Okay. Everything here has been leveled up. What have I played the most of? 4 of a kind and full house. 10-4 is probably good. I have 6 10s. Just get more 10s. Yeah, fuck this. 10-4, buddy. I guess I am doing 4 of a kind runs. Okay. We discard everything that isn't a queen or a 10. Oh, okay, the first one gets activated 3 times. Full house. Yeah. $20! That wasn't enough. Fuck. Okay, 2 hands, it's fine. What website are you using? It's like Google. You. Glass card? Yes. Arcana pack? Yes. Turn the left card into the right card. I've made this mistake before. Okay, actually, before we do that, let's turn this into a glass card. And then let's turn this 5 into a 10. No repeat hand types this round. I think that shouldn't be a problem. I mean, don't mind if I do. I could also put... Okay, check this out, chat. We're gonna put this all the way to the left. Retrigger the first card played 2 times. So we'll re-trigger this 2 times, and then this will trigger, and retrigger it another 2 times. And every time this gets activated, I get ×2 multiplier. So... $300,000! Easy peasy! Ballot giving 6 triggers. Click the buttons! Ooh, ×2 molt. At this point, do I give up the satellite? More 10s! More 10s, more cards. I like the crack you get to full yeah. Like I said, this is like solitaire mixed with poker, with a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Mixed in as well. If I can get up to crazy money, then this is like crazy good. The question is, do I just want to focus on re-triggering 10s over and over and have a big multiplier at the end? What do you think, chat? Sell the satellite, get the throwback, skip a whole bunch of rounds? Or should we try to grind up $1 billion? Money! I like money. Throwback is already ×6. It's ×2. Grind is life. Let's do it then. Let's see. First card gets triggered 6 times. So let's do the Lucky. Lucky has a 1 in 5 chance to give a plus 20 multiplier, and a 1 in 15 chance to give $20. So if we hit this 6 times, we have a 6 in 15 chance to get $20, right? I think that's how that works. Damn it! I don't want to risk losing my glasses. We probably got it here. Yeah, we're fine. More money! 4 of a kind to go up? Yes. Ooh. Yeah, more 10s. More of these. Wheel of Fortune! Let's go gambling! Damn it. Wow, I already got the flames before I did anything. Just activating a glass card 6 times is crazy. Cavendish! Ooh! ×3 multiplier. 1 in 1,000 chance this card is destroyed at the end of the round. Yeah, I think it's time to get rid of the satellite. I don't think I want to add any more cards. We still want to save our money because we got the bootstraps. Uh-oh. Cards played previously are debuffed? Shit. Okay, we could still make this. Oh, we got a 10. Oh, whoops. I don't even need to do this. I don't think. I do need to do that. It's okay, I was just trying to grind for another card. Empress! Yeah, clearly we were just fishing for a purple. Planets appear twice more likely. No. We're just trying to get tarot cards. Okay, now we can use the Empress. We're gonna make these multis. 4 of a kind. You will win. Easy peasy. Where are my tarot cards? Come on. Yeah, and this is just going up by +4 multiplier. Ah, there we go. Converts to clubs. Clubs and diamonds are the thing I want, so as long as it's not a diamond, converting it to a club doesn't hurt. But it doesn't really help either. Maybe I should just sell these. Uh... 52. Yeah, I want to try to get more money. We're gonna luck maxing. Oh, fuck! Break 2 glass cards in a single hand! No! We won, but at what cost? Ooh, Sure. Let's see what all these are. Okay. That is a nice 2. That is a 10 now. And then we use the Fool to duplicate the death. That is a nice 6. That's a glass 10 now. Dare I, chat? Nah, we don't want to waste all of them. 4 of a kind is worth more than 5 of a kind. We do need to do this, though, so we unlock the 5 of a kind thing. 6 of a kind. You can only play 5 cards. Broke again, damn it! Hey, there's an Arcana pack. Let's see, can we get an Arcana card? Ooh. It's a pity this isn't negative. That helps us, like, get the deck down so it really is just 10s. Oh, okay. All these mults and queens are already doing stuff. Let's just delete 2 cards. You're not a 10 or a queen. Get out of my sight. You're not a... Well... I could potentially get a thing that moves this up into a... Well, no, we can get rid of the aces. Fuck it. Who needs aces? 3 of a kind. Times 5. Times 6. I think I'd rather do this, because we'll do this 6 times and maybe get $20. And then we'll do that one. Trading card, which one is that? Oh yeah, our 4s are worth more too, I keep forgetting. I see the map is still the same, yeah, it ain't changing much. Get a 5 of a kind? No. Full house. Our house. In the middle of our street. More tarot cards. Yep, we're just fiending for money. Money and tarot cards. Damn it. Well, I guess this gives us a little bit of money. Flush 5! Yeah. That's one of those hands that don't exist in the real world. Good luck if you get 5 cards and they're all the same suit. You're gonna be arrested. They're gonna kick you out of the casino. I didn't know it existed in this game. Lots of things exist. It's crazy. I could make a 10 and a queen into a molt. I think it's not worth it to do anything that isn't glass. I think, again, we just want to delete more cards. 52 card deck? No, 47. That has the potential, but it's not a 10. I think at this point we don't even want queens. We just want 10s. 10s and 4s. Cerulean Bell! This has been my nemesis. Oh wow, I've got too many cards. More money! What do I have in full hearts? No, I need the diamond one. Sell, sell, sell! Uh-oh. I haven't drawn a 10 yet. What the fuck? That's like statistically impossible. I have 9 10s and 24 cards, 9 of them are 10s. Okay, 4 of a kind gives that. Full house gives 8, but I could get a lot of money. No, we just want to get rid of all these, and we'll throw that out there. Oh, I'm already there just with the... Who even needs the 10s, apparently? Here. Ace. Okay, that's enough of... And apparently I don't have to go for the glass or whatever. Don't know if I want the PC or Switch version. That depends. So, funny thing, if you can't tell, I really like this game. I bought it for the PC, And then I was like in my room, like trying to go to sleep, and I was like, I really want to play that game again, but I don't want to get up and go to the computer. So I bought it for the Switch too. Just get a Steam Deck, yeah. Or as some people call it, the Balatro machine. +1 discard, sure. You have a Switch too? Shut up, chat. Ooh, clubs. We like club. No. Let's go gambling! Damn it. Wow, gives the sell total of all my current jokers, which is 9. I don't think I want to get clubs, even though a flush 5 would be decent. Oh wait, turn it into a glass card, yeah. Because I don't get any advantage from it. Ooh, Hanged Man. And a thing I can't use. Free and polychrome. Is $3 really worth it? Kinda. Oh wait, I should destroy these. Yeah. Yep, wild card don't do enough for me. Wasn't there supposed to be... There apparently is still a third one coming out in the first quarter of 2025. They said a big... I believe it was like... They said that there was going to be, whatchamacallit? Yeah, we don't want to use them. But yeah, I believe they said something along the lines of there was going to be like new jokers and stuff. Like it was going to be a complete overhaul. Can you believe this was this developer's first game? They really struck gold. Yeah, it gives you the video poker vibes. Another 10? Yeah, 10 tens? Sure. And a glass queen. I know we weren't taking any more queens, but if it's glass, we gotta. With Trump, you guys have entered Electoral's format. Ah, no! It's gotten closer! Arizona's still up for grabs. Less than 1%. She's down in Wisconsin. She's down in Michigan. Fuck, man. I wasn't super worried, but now I am super worried. There goes another 4 years of bullshit. Not just 4 years. Again, we're still, if you're wondering why inflation is so big now, a lot of it has to do with the fact that stuff that Trump did in his first term. Turn the left into the right. Okay. Stuff he did in his first term is still, like, rippling out today. Planet X! 5 of a kind! Oh, fuck, I should have done the... Okay. I think I want to save one of the glass ones. Yep, I should have used this before I used the planet. I always forget it copies planets too. He printed more money. Well, it's not that, it's the tariffs and stuff. Yeah, I finally got 10, at least there's that. That's one of the things I learned when I was looking up stuff about, ooh, Eris, flush 5. When I was looking up stuff about tariffs and the economy and going through my whole crash course of that, it's interesting because I think in high school, almost everyone learned that inflation is a direct result of how much money gets printed. And that can certainly be an element. But when you think of hyperinflation, you think of, Germany after World War I printing a bunch of money. You think of Venezuela in the 2000s printing a whole bunch of money. And the key thing that most people don't understand is that the reason that caused so much inflation was because they had a debt in a foreign currency. Germany owned a whole bunch of money to England and France, and I think one other nation, was it Belgium? Hungary? Hungary had it even worse, yeah. But here's the thing, right? If you say you've got two currencies, you've got the British pound and you've got the German franc. And let's just say for the sake of the argument that 1 franc is worth 1 pound. If you suddenly print twice as many francs, but you keep the same amount of pounds, it's like basic supply and demand, right? There's way more francs than there are pounds. So the value of the franc goes down. They tried to pay their debt by printing a bunch of money, and now there's so many things in circulation that anytime they try to buy anything outside of the country, it's just useless. The thing about America is that it has currency sovereignty. Our money isn't compared, or I guess that's the other thing to bring up. It's not necessarily even comparing it to another currency, but for example, when we were on the gold standard, it used to be that you had gold, a country had gold, and the amount of money they had was a reflection of how much gold. Theoretically, you could turn in francs or pounds or dollars and get an equivalent number of gold, equivalent amount of gold from the government. So if you printed more money, but the supply of gold stayed the same, your money was devalued. But in the 1970s, we went off the gold standard. Our money is no longer tied to any one physical thing. So while printing a bunch of it can devalue it a little bit, there's nothing to devalue it in comparison to. It's in comparison to the amount of goods in the world. Because that's all money is at the end of the day. It's an exchange for goods and services. So you still get some inflation if you print a bunch of money, but like the US trillions of dollars of debt doesn't do nearly as much as it would have done in for other countries, simply because there's nothing to like compare it to. And plus the idea of like debt as a government, it's one of those, sorry, I dropped something and now I can't find it. That's bothering me. I'm sure it'll show up eventually, but I'll forget to look for it. And then I'll probably suck it up in a vacuum or something. Some more news, stop their live stream, rip. Yeah, I'd need 270 to win. So 50. Yeah, if he wins any more of these states. Supposedly he's making a victory speech at Mar-a-Lago. I can't believe it. Georgia was just called. Oh. If Kamala loses, it's over. Yep. Georgia was called 30 minutes ago. Rip-a-roni. %95 chance of victory. Well, what can I say, you know? The American people are gonna get what they fucking deserve. It's just a matter of, you know, how bad is it gonna be and how fast is it going to happen? He's winning the popular vote. Can we start calling election fraud? Unlikely. Again, it's really hard to do, like, election fraud. I mean, that's the thing, well, wait, no. Election fraud in the voting? No. But, hopefully, well, that's the most unfortunate thing, is that he'll probably pardon Elon Musk. Elon Musk out there paying people like millions of dollars to vote, get registered in swing states and stuff. Is it what I deserve? No. Unfortunately. You will get caught in the crossfire. It's... Yeah, obviously not, I mean, I didn't vote for him and everything. But America's just been, like, going downhill for a while. And now it's gonna really go downhill. He'll pardon Musk, he'll pardon himself. But, I remember when Musk bought Twitter, and I thought that the website was gonna crash and burn in, like, 6 months. Everything went downhill really quickly. And then, you know, it's 4 years later, and they're still chugging along. It keeps feeling like it's about to collapse. Can someone explain to me, as an EU citizen, how a politician rambling about illegal transgender operations on aliens can win? A vast amount of Americans are just very ignorant about politics. And so is Truth. Yeah, Truth Social is still around. That's like 80% of the buzzwords they hate, yeah. dueling book about drove me wild. It seems he galvanized people. Yeah, I'm really curious to see the post-mortem, like, I'm curious to see how this, like, who voted for him? Was voter turnout really just that low for Harris? I thought, like, going into it, it seemed like the Democrats were being really careful about not saying that this could win, saying that it's really, really close. You better go out and vote. So it's like, did they not go out and vote, or does he really just have support? And again, you know, I don't like to, blame things on, like, people being hateful or whatever, but I really just wonder, like, does the average American just really, really not, like, cannot stand a woman being in charge? He gets more popular with every election. Well, he lost popularity after the first one. Having to emergency shift candidates halfway through couldn't have helped. I feel like it did. I'm disappointed that Latinos like Trump. I don't understand why they would. Nobody voted today in college classes. Yeah, I remember, I think it was FaZe Banks or whatever, where he's like, prices are more... Him and Asmongold were just like, prices go up! I must blame whoever is president! And it's like, really, I guess just a lot of people... I just got to imagine there's a lot of people who are like, well, the prices are higher than they were 4 years ago. Therefore, that must be Harris. Puerto Rico just elected a Republican governor. I think it would have been worse if they didn't switch from Biden, yeah. I don't know, again, if it is just, like, misogyny, I wonder if, like, would more of people have voted for a corpse that was, like, a man than... you know, an actually, like, well-spoken and charismatic woman. It's the I'm one of the good ones mentality. I think it's more Harris was too close to Biden for most people. They really love to vote against their own interests, yeah. I think Biden would have done it better. Hard to say. I blame Reagan, yeah. I blame Nixon. Will you start posting Valerie content? I don't even know what Valerie is. They're half the population. Yeah. Yeah, again, at this point, it's just, like, wondering what's gonna happen. It's... I'm trying to think, like, what's better to, like, try to... Oh, did I step on the thing I was looking? No. For a second, I thought I found it, but it's just something else on my floor. Trying to think if it's better, like, downplay what could happen, or to, like, talk about the worst-case scenario. Because I feel like talking about the worst-case scenario only makes people panic, and making people panic, like, isn't going to help. Again, the only thing I can really say is that it doesn't appear, or not appear, but yeah, I'm really just trying to think of a way to spin this in well, it's not. It'll probably be a few years before they try to round people up, if that's what you're really worried about. And it's one of those things where that sounds like an exaggeration to be like they would round people up. But I don't think that's beyond the realm of possibility with both what he said and the kind of powers that he has now, thanks to the Supreme Court, thanks to all the other pushes of presidential power. It's been done before. And one of the things to keep in mind, if you, I think one of the best books about World War II Germany is Mouse, if you've never read that. It's a comic about people growing up, what was it? It's about a guy asking his dad about the Holocaust. Because his dad went through the Holocaust, and he writes it out in comic form. But the thing about it that makes it so truly interesting is not the Holocaust part, because that only makes up the last fourth of the book. It's everything leading up to that. What always surprised me about that, what always made Mouse stick out to me, was the fact that he's how did you handle when they were just he's I imagine if they told you that they were just shipping you off to the gas chambers, everyone would flee, everyone would run away. Why didn't you fight back? And he's you gotta understand, this didn't happen in 1 year or even 1 month. They didn't just wake up one day and be okay, all the Jews are going off here. It was a bunch of little incremental things. And every time something happened, there were always people saying, oh, this is as far as it's gonna go. It's not gonna go any further. Oh, we're just doing this. And along the way also, there were a whole bunch of people, he talks about Jewish businessmen who were yeah, well, he talks bad, but he gives good tax breaks. And then when they started putting people in ghettos, they were no, it's yeah, you have to go in ghettos because you're poor, but I've got money, and he could bribe people and stay off. And they're he supported the Nazi regime right up until the day they knocked on his door, and they're no amount of money is going to stop us from taking you. And by then, there wasn't anyone to try to defend him. There wasn't anyone to stop him. Because they started with there's that old poem where it's first they came for the labor unionists, but I wasn't a labor unionist. Then they came for the communists, but I wasn't a communist. They're gonna start by going after people who even moderates would be maybe they're not monsters, but I don't know why you would believe in socialism. I don't know why you would believe in communism. It's probably best for them to go. Does this mean Trump no longer has to serve prison time for his felony convictions? It's possible he'll have to serve them after he gets out, but it's at least putting a stay. It's still unclear whether or not the president has the power to pardon himself. Previous court cases have essentially said that while he's in office, he cannot be held accountable. He cannot be put in prison, he can't be put on trial for civil things. Unless he commits treason, they can't do anything about it. So all of his civil cases essentially just go on pause. And it's unclear, because the president can pardon people for crimes, but it's unclear if he can pardon himself, because it's never happened before. They came for the hedgehogs. Yeah, we're about to find out. President J.D. Vance. We had years to hold him accountable, yep, and we weren't fast enough. Again, this has just been a long, big thing of a bunch of people being no, there's no way people would vote for him again. There's no way he could win again. Yeah, he's 78. I meant Balatro earlier. Oh. I'm not sure if I'll put this up. We'll see. Everyone I know has been worried. Yeah. And again, I don't want to be like, yes, you should freak out. Panic now. Go out into the streets and start wrecking up the place. But no, this is not just going to be like business as usual. If he does another round of tariffs, you're going to see inflation like you've never seen before. Like, I've already started stockpiling goods. I am probably going to start stockpiling even more. He said panic now. Move to Canada before the rest of us flee there. And the problem is that the US is still, like, the biggest, most powerful country in the world. So even if you flee to Canada, like, if things really go off the rails in America, it's going to be everyone's problem. There is no here to leave. U.S. policy is everyone's problem. For now. Again, it's hard to speculate in the future. Because who knows? Maybe people will take him to court. Maybe he'll slow roll him. Maybe the excitement will cause him to drop dead tomorrow and J.D. Vance will be the president. Won't that be crazy? Eastern Europe and Middle East only get more destabilized? Yeah. Impeach him again? Good luck. There's that one Supreme Court ruling that essentially said, like, if the government does that, if the president does something and it's part of his official duties, he can't be held accountable. And as I've explained earlier in this stream, he can do a lot of stuff as his official duties. If democracy survives 4 years, he can't win again. I don't think he will. How did nobody I mean, you have to actually succeed. He's going to come for our couches. The moment he got shot. I feel like that didn't do anything for him. I mean, if you actually convict, yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing, if you were worried about Palestine, Palestine's getting no help now. If you're like, oh, I'm not gonna vote for Harris because of Palestine, Trump is gonna send, like, everything to Israel. I would not be surprised if he put boots on the ground in Israel. They are donezo. Ukraine is probably donezo. Yep, they took the Senate too. The House, who can say? I'd say the shot helped, yeah. Another 20 trillion to Israel! He's pro-Russia, yep. Pro-Russia, pro-Israel. Isn't his thing no war? He can do a lot of damage by simply doing nothing, yeah. What can we do about this? Nothing, unfortunately. They left the chat on and it was all in Russian. Move. Vote in 2 years. Vote harder next time. Again, it's hard to say what... Well, let's see. What can you personally do? If you don't have the power to move, and you feel your life is in danger... Fuck, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I feel really bad. Does Harris winning Arizona matter? I mean, possibly. All you can do is live in defiance of a world that hates you. It's insane! I can't wait for gas prices to stay low. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like the people around here are already like pretty democratic. Our state is gerrymandered. Yeah, mutual aid. Oh, hey, Sophie. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, mutual aid, yes, is absolutely a thing you can do. But the thing is that the saying is always like, the best time to start was like 4 years ago. But the second best time to start is tomorrow. Look up, see if there's mutual aid organizations in your home, or not home, in your area. Especially if you're in a more democratic area, there almost certainly is. If you can build up local power structures. Mutual aid is all about forming an organization where, like, basically you get people together who have disparate skills and form a network so that if anyone needs help in one particular thing, you can all help. You know, does the place you live have an area where you can maybe start a garden? They have people who will teach you how to, like, grow potatoes and stuff like that. Do you have money to, like, stockpile supplies? You can do that. Do you know how to sew? Are you willing to learn how to sew? It's sort of like a community togetherness project where also you're either learning skills or building skills that allow you to be self-sufficient. Those skills make you less reliant on the government, so that if the government does turn against you, you have the community and the means to survive together. And if the government falls apart, same thing. Oh, this is so small for you guys. You can prep and plan work for action, start a signal check. Unionize, like start a union. Oh. If your workplace doesn't have a union, think about starting a union. If it does have a union, join it. White theme Twitter. I can see why your candidate lost. I use white theme on everything because I'm often working late into the night and I need to be able to pay attention. Dark theme makes me sleepy. My workplace is 4 people, including my boss. Can't wait for unions to get fucked. Yeah, probably. That's the unfortunate thing. I'm like, join a union, but they can probably gut all the rules for unions and everything. all the protections. Yeah, voting is the least effective form of civic engagement. It's something you should absolutely do, but it's the end of a long process. So doom and gloom, got it, yeah. It's one of those things, I'm sure once the dust is settled and we figure out what we have to work with and how, we can begin to plan things. But at the moment, we're still, like, at this precipice of not knowing exactly what the situation is. Focus on bettering yourself. Focus on local stuff. Make connections with people. Elon gets a W. Unacceptable! How much bottled water do you need for 4 years? RFK in charge of public health. He wants to get rid of fluoride in the water. I'm an introvert. Yeah, that's the problem, is so many people are disconnected from their communities. The material conditions are the same. Yep, it never hurts to have friends. Well, yeah, we just gotta hope Trump doesn't do everything he promises. Yeah, all the community, or all the infrastructure for building a community has been gutted. I said, that's the unfortunate thing, is like, you kind of need to, you know, a country is a big ship. It takes a while to change direction. And unfortunately, we've just been, like, going in the wrong direction for too long. The Dems will take this as a sign to move further right. Entirely I don't know. I have no idea what the Dems are going to do after this. They should have embraced radical change a long time ago. That was what, you know, so many people bought into Trump because he promised change. Because he promised something that moved away from the status quo. And they're like, no, 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 we're just going to keep going how we're going. Trump pulled an Obama. The Dems are the party of getting in their own way. They're too nice. Make a community with my largely racist community. You can make an online community. What's the over-under that Trump doesn't live another 4 years? Entirely impossible to say. Honestly thought Jeb was gonna win this year. Like, he's been crowned Byzantine Emperor. Yeah, I'm just curious if, like, you know, we already saw, what, 2 assassination attempts while he was just, like, the candidate? I feel like someone else is probably going to try. The thing is, he's probably, like, paranoid as shit right now. Pennsylvania's pretty much won. Ripperoni. Yep, and Jill Stein was only 0.5. It's weird, though. It seems like, you know, Chase took from Kamala if you assumed it was 50-50. Either that or she did even worse. His party is in the White House, yeah. My girlfriend is going to be super upset in the morning. Yeah. Again, it's, you know, I'm kind of caught, because, like, on the one hand, I'm like, you know, the people who didn't vote, the people who were going, like, the people who are going to suffer most, I feel really sorry. It's unfortunate. I wish I could help, and unfortunately that I don't think there's really anything I can do. I don't have a whole lot of advice at the moment. And it's like, my only solace is like, well, I hope the people who did vote for him, when, like, inflation hits, like, crazy levels, that they realize what a mistake they've made. Kamala was clearly better. Yeah, I thought Kamala was great. They didn't last time? They didn't what last time? Oh yeah, good point. Just more bull honky, yep. At this point, I guess the only thing, again, that I can really say, and that's what I said before, is like, you know, the old Dr. Manhattan speech. It's like, this will all work out in the end, right? Like, the end? Nothing ever ends. It just depends on how long of a time scale you want to look at. Trump wins. Let's say he does everything that he says he's going to do. I don't think America, as its regular institutions, will be able to survive. I think that by the end of his term, if he's not dead from old age or something else, I don't think, like, American democracy as it existed will persist. I fully believe that he intends to find some way to get a third term in by either changing the limits or declaring a state of emergency or declaring, like, some kind of war. Like, I think he will stay in. If he doesn't, well, hey, things are working great. But let's say worst case scenario, he does do exactly that. The American experiment ends, the Constitution essentially becomes like null and void. The president can do whatever he wants, runs it like a dictatorship. Politicians who disagree are, like, kicked out of Congress. Things break down, inflation goes to like 200%, civilization kind of like collapses. Eventually they'll get him out of, like, eventually he'll leave. Everyone dies eventually. How are you? I'm preparing for the worst. We're trying to prepare for the worst. So, like, hard times ahead. But the hope is that in the aftermath of that, coming out of the Trump presidency, that people realize that there was a huge, massive mistake. We get hit by... Basically, at this point, my thing is, like, we're headed towards a tragedy. And the only question is, will that tragedy be shocking enough that'll actually make America change permanently. Or not permanently, but like set it on a new direction? Or is this like the end of the empire and we should escape if possible? Do you think leaving the country should be an expected thing to happen? I'm considering it for sure. Or if nothing else, moving up to a part of the country that is closer to Canada. Maybe make America great again? I don't think you will. Yeah. Europe? Possibly. I don't want to live in Europe. Where would I go? I don't speak any language other than English. And Britain's not doing too great either. There's always Massachusetts. Massachusetts is still a little too far away from the border. Most people can't just, yeah. I'm not sure if I could just leave. I could certainly try to sell my house and get all my assets together. Canada is close enough to America that I feel like I would be able to survive. I would be able to understand everything. I would be able to live a life similar to what I've lived before. They have solid internet. You know, you can be a streamer in Canada. Start learning another language. I guess I gotta get Duolingo after all. Come to the UK. The UK has a lot of problems of its own. We have enough fast food workers. I could be a streamer from Canada. Are there any Yu-Gi-Oh content creators that live in Canada? Yeah, Distant Coder. I think there's a couple of the VTubers who live up there. It's either that or like Australia. I think Australia would be decent. That's like a big flight and they have giant insects and I'm scared of insects. Good luck getting a visa for streamer. Is Canada's like, whatchamacallit? Is their immigration policy like really lax? Everyone always talks about Canada as if like, you know, moving there is no problem. Unlike the American southern border, you can kind of just walk into Canada. Jesse Cotton and Samurai X are in Canada, yeah. Australia's pretty nice. I don't understand this level of fear, like none of this happened the first time. I think the system will keep working as it has been. A lot of things happened the first time. A lot, like, did you miss January 6th? Like, he attempted to overthrow the rule of law and stay in office. He did it really sloppily. He messed up. Now that he's got a second chance and he knows that he can't, like, win legally, his only option to stay in power or to keep his cronies in power is to do an illegal move. And he's been pushing the boundaries of his office and doing illegal moves the entire time. If you live in a big city in Australia, you barely see the fabled dangerous things. A friend of mine is dating a woman from Canada and wants to move there. It's much easier if you have a high-demand job like a programmer. It's a several-year process. Yeah, maybe I should start now. They're cutting immigration to 0 for 4 years. There's a subreddit. I bet it's getting a lot of traffic now. Would a blue state be a good call? I'm not sure if that would help. Hail from Italy. Tonight was not pretty. No, it's not. Is Ireland an option? Yeah, I guess I could move to Ireland. They seem pretty cool. Canada is leading to the right, as is the rest of the world. Twitter link. B&O News. The AP hasn't called it yet. Fox News called it, yeah. A lot of Italians are ready to swear that Trump is the pacifist option. Republicans have the Senate, yep. I don't want to just leave, you know? Yeah, I know. I don't like the idea of going, you know, I haven't even left Missouri yet, despite how bad that is. Trump is Thanos. He beat all the Avengers actors that dared to oppose him. But Thanos lost. He'd be like Captain America, right? And Harris would be Thanos. Oh, are you in Florida, Sophie? Yeah, Thanos died twice. He won the first part of Endgame. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I just don't know. I'm curious, like, what caused this? Is there actually, like, a surge of support for Trump? Or was it just, like, Democrats didn't turn out? There was a lot of early voting. Will that sway things? I don't think so. I'm in Colorado. Oh, DeSantis is just an example. Gotcha. Mail-in ballots? I don't think those will be that significant. Maybe Kamala lost because a lot of her supporters think they can move to another country. Good luck! Trump played wedge issues. What was his issue? Like, what's a Trump policy? Inflation. Harris cannot win on Bidenomics. Yeah, they're low info on econ. Trump has a much stronger character. He wanted to vote Trump because of his economics policies. He's a businessman. He knows how to run a business. Just never mind the fact that he went bankrupt like 7 times. Trump wins. Yeah, it's looking like it. You think we're allowed to mulligan and put one state back into the deck? I'm usually good at not dooming, but it really is unbelievable that we did this again. Yeah. And again, you know, I feel bad because it's like, you know, I'm not a minority. I'm not part of the LGBT. I'm clearly a cis white man. Like, it's the arc. What was it? I've said this before, and every time I say it, it makes me sound like I'm the most pretentious motherfucker who ever lived. But I've always had this thing in, especially in high school, where I identified really strongly with Superman. A lot of people always thought Superman was like, you know, he's a Boy Scout, he doesn't have any weaknesses, you know, what's the drama in his life? What's the problem? You know, where's the pathos for him? The drama with Superman is that he's invincible, but the people he loves aren't. The drama is that he has to constantly deal with the fact that as strong and powerful as he feels like he should be, he can't stop the people he loves from being hurt. And through most of like high school, I was always the guy who stayed out of drama. I was always calm, I kept a level head, I kept out of trouble, and it felt like I had friend after family member, everyone just like breaking down into tears, having these problems, and I'm like, I really wish I could help, but all I can do is like be here for you. And I'm not sure how much that's worth. It doesn't feel like it's enough. But I mean, that's why I'm staying here after 6.5 hours. You got someone. Trump got Pennsylvania. The AP hasn't called it yet. It just updated. We'll see it when we see it. Trump undefeated against women. Yeah. But all of that is to say is like, you know, I feel like I can't, my misery doesn't compare to the misery of all the people I know and care about who are going to have a much worse time under a Trump presidency than I am. Like, I will probably do fine unless they decide to crack down on socialists. If they come for the socialists, then I'm screwed, because I have a bunch of public videos talking about the, you know, how good socialism is. So if they come for that, then I'm fucked. Proof is in the pudding. I'll wait for the Associated Press to do it. I'm not doubting it. It seems very likely that he'll win, but I'm waiting for the official place to call it. Yeah, it's like I'm sitting here like, you know, all these people, what can we do? I'm like, I don't know. I wish I could help. I feel like as an influencer, and again, as like a white cis man with a big beard, I should be able to stand up and do something. But unfortunately, I don't have much power, other than being a goofy guy in a hat. We're on our way to pro-Palestine activism being criminalized? Yeah, probably. Protest in general. I mean, he already cracked down on those more than most people. And a lot of Republican lawmakers have been, you know... Was it Florida or Missouri? Where they were like, yeah, if people are blocking the road, you could just run them down. Your right to not be late to wherever you're going is more important than their lives or their ability to protest. Keep drastic legislation from going through. The problem is that historically the president has been limited by what they thought they could get away with. Again, the Supreme Court ruling several months ago basically set the stage where he can do almost anything. Like, a lot... he broke the rules a lot more. Or he broke the rules during his first term, and now they have made it easier to break the rules. Like, I'm not sure if you remember, there were protests going on in Seattle, and he sent in the Department of Immigration. He sent in ICE. ICE agents were going around in unmarked vans and black bagging people. Fortunately, those people, you know, they appeared again. They weren't, like, extrajudicially killed. But it's still the fact that, like, if you can't tell the police force from the non-police force from, like, random thugs, it sets a scary precedent. Because if he wanted to start blackbagging people and having them erased, he's already got, like, a foot in the door, essentially. And the way he did that is, what was it? So, the president has control over ICE, the CIA, the FBI, to a certain extent. He can direct the Department of Immigration, and they have extrajudicial powers within, I think, 10 miles of the border. Or is it 50 miles? It's like it's a pretty thick line. But it's supposed to be, like, within 50 miles of the border. He argued that the border of the United States goes around the entirety of the United States. So Seattle, Washington is 50 miles from the ocean, and the ocean is a border in the United States. And therefore, he's right to send immigration and use them to kidnap American citizens. I feel like I live in Bizarro World, yeah. Did Taylor Swift not help? Some people in Ferguson that got black-bagged. When did that happen? During those riots back then? Hopefully you have people around you who can help you, yeah. I can't believe Taylor Swift. Yeah. And part of me is, you know, there is a small part of me that's like, maybe I should have made a video. I thought going into this, I remember, like, a month out being like, if anyone's undecided, I'm not sure what I could say to, like, make them decide. But even if I did, I mean, that's the thing, is my politics channel reaches 2,000 people. My main channel reaches like 100,000 people on a good day. And when you're talking about these numbers, they're like the tens of millions. I don't think I could have gone viral with like a video that would have made a difference. I'm not a Taylor Swift. I'm not even like an Asmongold. I'm not even a Dual Logs. I have the sway of like a local radio DJ. How much of this is like 2016 where people assumed he lost? I don't think that's part of it, because all the polls up until the race, up until the end, were saying it's 50-50. What's the origin story on the hat? I originally didn't do face cam. When I started doing face cam, I was really boring because I don't care like about my appearances at all. To give a good example, up until like the last couple years, my policy was to get one haircut a year. I would get it in June when it got hot, so that I would shave my head almost completely bald for the summer, so I would be cool. And then by the time September rolled around, it would start to get long, and I would grow my hair long through the winter, so that by the time like January came down, I had hair like down to my shoulders. And then I could be warm during the winter. So I had no sense of style. I had no look to me. I had no sense of aesthetics whatsoever. I just did what was convenient and what made me comfortable. Which is not good if you want to be an entertainer. I realized if I was going to be on camera, I should have some kind of gimmick or some kind of look. So for the first year, once I got on camera and finally started having a face cam, I did a thing where I bought a hat every month, and we had a rotating style of hats. It includes like the pickle balm, I've got like a Russian hat, a cowboy hat. I bought a whole bunch of different hats, and one of them just happened to be the top hat. And I just noticed that whenever I streamed while wearing the top hat, I got like twice as many views. The top hat looks better on me than other hats. So that's why. Hey Hardleg, howdy. What the hell is this election? It ain't good. Polls said it would be close. Yeah, there are a lot of people saying there's no way it could be this close. Dictator? Yeah, again, at this point, the only thing I think that might stop Trump from being a dictator is age. Can he get something set up and installed where, like, his hand-picked successor maintains power after he's gone? Because I am unsure if he will last 4 years. You're welcome. Hello, Dual Logs. I'm surprised you're still awake. The power of the top hat, yep. Hearing you chat is definitely bringing my morale up. That's why I'm staying here. I'm not gonna leave just because things look down. I thought even with a Trump win it might be closer to this, yeah. Yeah, we've said that before. Alex. Between Supreme Court, several Supreme Court decisions have basically given the president almost unfettered power. The only thing keeping it in check is Congress and the president just like being a cool dude. And Trump is not a cool dude. He is someone who cares about securing himself more money, more power, a legacy. He will screw over the American people and the voters if it helps himself. And that just leaves it up to Congress, and unfortunately it looks like we lost Congress too, so. Kamala is a puppet. Well, she's part of a political party that has values. You see, that's the point of joining a political party is that it's a bunch of people that have a shared value. And what you're supposed to do is use your own judgment to institute that philosophy into politics so that you accomplish goals that people like and enjoy. The thing about Trump is he doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't have values. He cares about himself. He cares about making money. So no, he's not a puppet. The party is his puppet. Personally, I would rather have someone who is part of a team that's trying to accomplish positive goals than have a megalomaniac who has a bunch of yes men and simps willing to do whatever he says so that he can become more powerful. Money is cool, but come on. He's the most stereotypical American ever. Yep, unfortunately. Spain, Mexico, or Canada. It's sad how little the Dems got done. Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing at the end of the day is it comes down to both parties are owned by corporate interests. And you can't say anything too progressive, anything that might take away the power of businesses, or you're going to get primaried. You're going to get taken out. I guess St. Louis had a really, really progressive senator named Cori Bush. She was one of the few that stood up against sending more funds to Israel. And unfortunately, I believe they spent is AIPAC specifically spent more money on a primary in Missouri than has been spent on any race in Missouri ever. To get a less progressive, to get a corporate Democrat who was more interested in towing the line. And that's the unfortunate thing, is that, you know, if you want to talk like what led up to this, how come the Democrats aren't progressive, you really got to vote in the primaries. You really got to, like, you know, you can't wait until the election and then be like, why aren't the candidates more progressive? You've got to start campaigning and trying to find people 4 years out, so that in the lead up to the election, you have people that follow your ideals. That's when we talk about, you know, forming, what are they called? Community networks and stuff. America's on the Republican side. It's not, yeah, I mean, people voted for him. NBC is close to calling it, yeah. Again, I'm just waiting for the AP. President Garfield doesn't have a monopoly on the 2-term limit. 8 million from APEC to unseat Cory Bush, damn. Yeah, someone said something about the deep state, and I was like, oh, we got conspiracy theories going on here? And now I can't find it. How are you guys in the USA feeling about the Ukraine-Russian war? Unfortunately, Ukraine's about to have a much harder time. The country was going to collapse? Yeah. He said he would end the Russian war on day 1. Yeah. Yeah, that you make a good point. At its core, everyone realizes the country is fundamentally broken. Trump speaks to people because he's willing to acknowledge that things are wrong. And he's willing to do something radical to change it. And what we really needed from the Democrats was a radical push in the other direction. And they didn't. They went on the status quo. And people don't want the status quo. Radical push to the left? How about Liz Cheney? The president has no control over gas or grocery prices, for the most part. Again, we were talking about this earlier. It's weird because, yeah, 10 years ago, anyone complaining about gas prices and blaming the president would be an idiot, because the president doesn't, you know, gas prices are set by private companies. The president doesn't really have much sway in that. There might be some subsidies, or there might be something that can make it cheaper, but that's Congress's deal. Trump is really the first president in the modern age, maybe even, well, maybe previous, I don't know. I haven't historically looked at the economic plan of every president, but at least since World War II, he was the first one to, like, implement a change that directly made inflation worse. People think the president has a magic wand. Yeah, we have leaked calls from grocery stores saying they'll raise prices and blame Biden. Yeah. I think the anti-abortion is an extremely horrible thing. Yeah. Did we at least in Missouri pass that? I can't believe Bailey won again. A reload. Yeah. They can't handle the... OPEC enters the chat. Yep, reloading was a mistake. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing, it's, you know, when I talk about, like, you know, what led up to this, gutting education in, like, the 90s. Unfortunately, long before I can vote, the Republicans were hard at work making sure that people couldn't get educated. A lot of it goes back to Reagan. This whole tab is crashing. Okay. Maybe if I can click on Missouri. Fucking Josh Hawley! It looked so good at first. Yep. So we at least passed that. Constitutional right to abortion. Yes. Once again, another state fails to try to make it illegal. Everything else we voted for red, which is unfortunate because, as a lot of the Missouri Democrats were pointing out, the politicians of my state have found, they've gone to great lengths to find loopholes and not institute stuff. If you pass something, like with a ballot measure or whatever, they'll find a way to repeal it. Yep. And ranked choice voting has been banned in Missouri. Fuck. No to giving the police more money. I guess that's good. And it looks like my state will be a haven for sports gambling. We failed to pass. We didn't even have like a thing for ranked choice voting. We had an amendment that put it in the Constitution that we can't have ranked choice voting. People weren't even talking about it, and the Republicans made it illegal. What's ranked choice voting? A better voting system. We watched the thing earlier. Ah. At least the scoop... Oh, you had school choice. I'm glad that failed. Who the fuck went out of their way? It's not only that they banned ranked choice voting. They had to hide it in another ballot measure. Prohibits ranked choice voting and non-citizen voting. If you read the actual thing, the first text on the bill is like, you know, bring the Missouri Constitution in line with state law, which prohibits non-citizens from voting. So, in Missouri, it was already state law that you had to be a citizen of Missouri to vote. But they wanted to add it to the Constitution as well, so it would be double illegal. just to absolutely make sure that it was illegal. And then underneath that, they're like, and also prohibit ranked choice voting, agreement voting, any other voting system that would allow you to pick more than one option. What's school choice? School choice is a thing where they, instead of funding public schools, they give parents vouchers which allow them to attend any school in the state. Theoretically, that's supposed to make it so that you have a choice. Now you can attend any school you want. If you want to go to a religious school, instead of a public one, you can do that. Realistically, what it does is it siphons money away from public schools and instead puts it into private schools. Because usually only a small portion of people get those, they get the vouchers, they're able to use it, and then generally poor people get kicked off the vouchers. So it's a way that rich parents can send their kids to private school for free, while public schools get even worse. Good old rider bills, yeah. We call that ballot candy. They put something on the, talking about the ranked choice voting thing again. They put something on there that seems like obvious. Like, yeah, I don't want non-citizens to vote. That seems like something we should have had a long time ago. We did. And then underneath it, they put, like, the thing they really wanted. And if you're too poor, yeah. That's the thing, is they'll be like, school choice. You can attend any school in the state. And, most poor and middle class parents are like, okay, but there's only one state near here. Are you going to send a school bus out so I can attend this private university? Like, no, have your driver take your kids there. Realistically, there's only one school they can attend unless you have the money or the time to chauffeur your kids to and from a private school. They jack up prices so it defunds public schools and funnels tax money into whoever owns private schools, yeah. You all have to realize that Harris is a fake ally. Well, yeah. I think most people knew going in that Harris wasn't going to do anything about Palestine. At best, she would maintain what Biden had done. But Trump is going to be 10 times worse. The abortion subreddit is going nuts. Yeah. Think Kamala should have gone on Joe Rogan? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, no one expected Harris to do, like, an amazing job. We weren't voting for Harris, we were voting against Trump. Because again, with how far things have been pushed, it's entirely likely, like he said, next time you won't have to vote. This is the final time you're going to have to vote, people. 4 years from now, there won't be an election in 2029. Hey, Hardleg, how are things? Oh, democracy dies to the sounds of Balatro. Speaking of which, does anyone remember what my combo was here? Weren't people saying the same thing with when Trump won the first time? Yes. And you know he did try to stay in office even after he lost, right? There was a whole big thing about it. He had a big rally like he had a big rally in Washington D.C. A bunch of like big right-wing organizations were there. They attacked the Capitol building. They tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power. He tried to convince Mike Pence not to certify the election. He and a bunch of people hired a bunch of fake electors to try to claim to be the real electors to sow chaos, hoping that if they stalled things and we got off the timeline, he could say that the system was messed up and therefore he needed to call emergency powers. Like, he tried to do it. He almost succeeded. There's an idea called the sand pile principle. When I first heard of it, it was applied to businesses ratcheting up their prices. The idea is like this, right? You have a company and they're like, okay, we're going to raise our prices by $1. Hardly anyone leaves. A couple people leave, but everyone's like, yeah, okay, we get that. Next year, they're like, it worked so well last year, you know, inflation has gone up a little bit, we'll raise our prices by $1. They still keep 95% of their viewer base. They rake in tons of money, everyone paying $1 extra, you only lose like 5%. That more than pays for itself. Then the next year, they raise their price one more dollar, 80% of their viewer base leaves. Suddenly they have a mass exodus. Suddenly everyone's leaving all at once. It's the sand pile principle. You have a pile of sand, and you keep dropping individual things on it, it won't change the nature of a pile. But one drop of sand, even after you've added 8 or 9 original ones, suddenly it causes a tilting point where the whole thing spills down. You create an avalanche. And that's how it is like with history in general. Everything is built on what happened before. You know, the actions that Trump took in his first office didn't cause an avalanche, but they added a lot of sand to the pile. Will he necessarily cause the avalanche where democracy comes tumbling down? Not necessarily. Who knows what the future holds? I don't claim to be like a wizard, but it seems very likely. I would put it at like 60-70% chance. It's Jover. Oh, did they finally... Oh, they called Pennsylvania for Trump. Yep, Nevada has 80%. %. He probably gets Wisconsin. Yep. Trump is giving a victory speech now. And Alaska gives it to him. Alaska important for the first time ever. Womp womp. I mean, I hope you like inflation, dude. You're gonna get a lot of it. If you think that Trump with his, like, awful economic policy is going to stop inflation. You haven't seen nothing. I think I'm gonna throw up. He is speaking now. I mean, I don't care what he has to say. How close is Michigan? Not. Trump has 52 to Kamala's 45. Is there some third party? No, Jill Stein and Robert F. Kennedy both getting together 1% of the vote, but she's losing by way more than 1%. Man, it's gotta suck to be Chase Oliver. How did this end so soon? I don't know. Again, we will have to see. Harris can win if she takes all the remaining states. I don't think she's winning Alaska. Yeah, again, we've just been saying it over and over again, is like, the question is, like, I'm curious to know why. I'm not sure how much it would help, but, like, was it that Democrats didn't come out because they were like, there's no way they'd elect Donald Trump again? Was it a bunch of college students staying at home because they didn't think that, they didn't want to vote for anyone because of, like, Palestine? Or was it, you know, a bunch of people going down, like, the Andrew Tate pipeline, being red-pilled on misogyny, just being like, I can't bring myself to vote for a woman? What's so wrong with Harris? Yeah, again, I don't know. It was the 51%. That's the thing to remember, chat. Let's do a little quick maths here. So Harris currently has 62 million votes, right? Yeah, 62 million. Trump has 68 million. Together, that's 130 million. Let's do... Population of the United States, 330 million. If did not vote was an option in the presidential election, like if all the people who didn't vote, if their votes all went towards one candidate, that candidate would have won the election for the last 30 years. Isn't that counting underage voters as well? Oh yeah, I guess. But how many of those are really underage? I forget how long until you get popular, but either way, even if it's not 2/3, it's like a third. It's still, our voter turnout, what was the, let's look at this real quick. Voter turnout 2020. About 2/3, 66% of the voting eligible population turned out, making it the highest rate for any national election since 1900. Oh, so maybe did not vote. Well, let me think about this. So 66% came out. No, because that 66% was divided. So maybe Joe Biden did beat will not vote last year. But there's still, like, a ton of people who who don't vote. And I'm curious if that percentage, like, is this even bigger than 2020? Or was this another election where, like, most people didn't show up? Still an insane percentage, yeah. Tell Hunter to clear his search history. I mean, I'm sorry, it's like, you still care about Hunter, but Biden wasn't even running. I don't know what Hunter Biden has to do with anything. It's Dark Side Phil with money in the bank. A whole bank full of money. This sucks, I can't handle. Yeah. And it's, I go... How much Trump tariffs first term? Misspelled tariffs. Okay, here it is. I think this is the source I used last time. This is the Tax Foundation. A right-wing think tank. The Trump administration imposed $80 billion worth of new taxes. The Biden administration kept most of those and added an additional $18 billion on specific goods, specifically semiconductors and electric vehicles. We estimate that these together, $80 billion, reduced the GDP by 0.2% and employment by 142,000 jobs. Before accounting for behavioral effects, the $79 billion in higher tariffs account to an average increase of U.S. households by $625. Candidate Trump has proposed significant tariff hikes as part of his campaign promise. We estimate that if imposed, his proposed tariffs would hike by another $524 billion. So, not all the inflation, because some of it was greedflation, some of it was COVID, but a lot of the inflation that we felt the last couple of years has been a ripple effect from $80 billion worth of tariffs. If elected, he is estimated to do $524 billion. We don't need housing. Everything is going to get more expensive. That's why a whole bunch of, Nobel Prize winning economists came out and they're like, if he does his tax plan as he says, it'll probably crash not only the American economy, but the world economy. How do you block on Twitch? Who would you like to block, me? Or someone in chat? Is this Womp Womp guy lost? I mean, if he's annoying you guys... Oh, is he calling people pedophiles now? Oh yeah, we'll just block him. I usually I'm good with freedom of speech or whatever, but... It's my house, I'll kick you out if I want. World economy, yeah. He also wants to deport millions of people. The thing is, I'm not sure realistically how he could even do that. Someone in chat, I'm a patron of yours, you're a real one. Well, thank you. The accelerationist at the window, yeah. We talked about this earlier, but I guess it's worth bringing up again, you know. I would have banned half the chat if this was my stream. Again, you know, I have the fortunate position of being a very calm, not easy to anger man who can't really be hurt by, like, slurs or anything. I must have them blocked already. It happened in Oklahoma. Government said they'd round up all the illegals and no one showed up to the construction job. Yeah. I mean, that's the we'll get back to what I was going to say in a moment, but that's the thing about immigration. We need immigration to have enough young people to work the jobs. The baby boomer generation is this huge, huge swath of families that came from, you know, parents having like 6, 7 kids, and all of them survived. It used to be before, like, you know, we reached a certain level of sanitation, families would have 6, 7 kids, and most of them would die before they reached the age of like 5. Or they'd try to have 6, 7 kids, and the wife would die in childbirth. That was fairly common, like, you know, before penicillin. Baby boomers represent this interesting point in history where people were still mating as if kids died off young, but we had the technology to save them. So their generation is huge. There's so many old people. That's why that generation has so much sway. Because all of their kids were like, yeah, I ain't doing this big family shit. This shit is ridiculous. And they just had like 1, 2 kids at most. You need to have 2 kids to, like, you know, 2 people have 2 kids, then you replace yourselves. Because so many people had just like 1 kid, the amount of young people is less than old people. So as old people start to retire, we have a big tax base of older Americans who aren't able to work but still need to be taken care of. Who still need a tax base to fund their Social Security so they can live in retirement. That only works if you have more younger people paying into it than you have old people taking out of it. And since we're not replacing that with birth rates, we need to have immigration. So if he kicks out all the immigrants, what's going to happen is, again, it's going to accelerate the collapse of the economy. You're not going to have young people who are willing and able to work the jobs that need to be worked for the amount of money that they pay. Because a lot of immigrants are doing, like, construction for not very much money. Dangerous jobs in meatpacking plants for not a whole lot of money. And you can argue that's its own problem, you know. But the fact is, like, if you think that you can kick out all the immigrants and maintain the lifestyle that you've become accustomed to, you cannot. Those people make up the backbone of the economy. If you want to maintain, like, an American style of living, you need to have immigrants. And you need to have a lot of them. I think some Republicans are anti-abortion because of the birth rate stuff. The Attorney General in my state literally made an argument in court that said the abortion ban that they're proposing for the Missouri taking away the abortion ban from the Missouri Constitution would have a detrimental effect on the GDP of the nation, or not the nation, of the state, because we have one of the highest teen pregnancy rates in the country, and if abortion was legal, that might go down. And then we wouldn't have young people to work in the factories. It's basically TNT to a major water dam, yeah. Yeah, I mean, she still can't. It's possible she wins Alaska. They have ranked choice voting. But unlikely. The numbers must go up. And yeah, so the thing is, the point I was making earlier is, yes, a lot of Trump's plans to deport a bunch of immigrants, to raise tariffs, to allow a bunch, like, to raise taxes on the middle class and lower them for the higher classes. A lot of that is poised to not just increase prices, but to, like, completely ruin the economy, to crash the economy. And I believe, again, this is unsubstantiated, but I had heard that Elon Musk was overheard somewhere saying something akin to, yeah, we want to crash the economy and then rebuild it up from scratch. We want to get rid of the system and start something new. If Kamala somehow pulls this off, MAGA is going to raise hell. Oh, yeah. Trump is trying to crash the economy. It's unsubstantiated. See, here's the thing. I don't think Trump understands the economy. Whenever he talks about tariffs, he's like, we're going to put a big tariff on China. We're going to put so many taxes on them. They're not going to be able to compete. China doesn't pay the tariffs. Tariffs are a tax on Americans if they import Chinese goods. Tariffs raise the prices for Americans. They don't do anything to the Chinese except maybe disincentivize people from buying Chinese goods. But, like, if America doesn't buy them, other places will. Or they can use them themselves, you know? That's not gonna, like, hurt us all that much. So I don't think Trump actually understands the economy. I think he's just doing what his advisors want him to do. And the thing is, whether you're talking about Steve Bannon or Elon Musk or the variety of other weird crypto ghouls that he associates with, a lot of them are the people who are like, yeah, we'll just burn down the economy and we'll start anew, but without any regulations. If the economy crashes, the people who will survive through it are the people who have stockpiled food, independent houses, the ability to easily leave the country on private jets. You know, they can tough it out. They don't even necessarily have to live in America. They can be an American citizen and go spend a year in Milan or whatever. So they're like, yeah, you know, we'll tough it out, everything will crash or whatever, and then we'll just come back and rebuild some kind of, what I can only assume will be like neo-feudalism. Trump was gonna let Putin have Ukraine? Yeah, pretty much. I think this is what the greater majority of the US wants, yeah. And that's the unfortunate thing, right, is that, you know, nothing lasts forever. America was already headed towards it was going to have a crash eventually. The big thing for me, the thing I was worried about is when the economy does crash, when the empire ends, who will be in charge and how prepared will we be? There's a old saying from like the 90s, because people saw this trend coming where they're like, we can't have infinite growth. We're going to have to, at some point, we're going to reach a line where line can't go up anymore. We're going to have to do something. And when the hammer hits, there's two options. Socialism or barbarism. And there's a lot of people who took that to heart and were like, well, I'd rather live under an authoritarian state that makes people work under a gun than have, like, collective ownership of shops, because then I can't be rich. You can still be rich people under, like, an authoritarian dictatorship, if you're lucky enough to be on the top. Infinite growth only exists if you reclaim the sea! And so my hope was like, if we could nip this authoritarian trend in the bud by making Trump lose again, if the Democrats could get in control, they're not likely to institute socialism, but they're at least likely to slow things down enough that socialism could take root, and someone like, and maybe the Republicans would like completely crash and have to pivot to something else. But in this case, it looks like they're going to crash, and when it crashes, Trump and his cronies are going to be in charge. American Civil War 2, maybe? I doubt it. It really depends, like, how much California wants to, like, fight for it. But I really can't imagine in the modern day having a civil war, because we're reliant so much on not just infrastructure between the states, but infrastructure between different countries. Like, if we start fighting a war between ourselves, the first thing that happens is all the supply lines and work, like, stop. A bunch of countries break off ties, a bunch of things stop working, and if that's the case, then, like, you know, I don't know how you fight a modern war. People will just be rioting in the streets. Is it Jover? It's essentially Jover. They haven't called it yet, but Kamala has to literally win every other state. Oh, did someone say... Yeah, there's a big conversation having in chat and I can't see all of it. Civil war would happen if Trump or Republicans tried to increase their power too far. The thing is, again, we talked about this before, unless Trump is, like, monumentally stupid, which he might be, I don't think this is going to happen overnight. This is going to be something where, like, he's going to make a move, and a bunch of intelligent people are going to be like, this move is going to lead to something bad. We need to stop it. And if enough of them stand up and try to do something about it, he'll use that as an excuse to, like, militarize the police. To be like, there are enemies among us, there are Antifa super soldiers, there are communists and socialists, there are degenerates who want to tear down our country, and we need to stop them. And what'll happen is they'll crack down on, like, the 2% of people who see this coming from far away, and the vast majority of Americans will be like, well, if they didn't want to get arrested, they shouldn't have fought against it. I don't know why they were so angry. And then 3 or 4 months later, he'll do something else that'll be even more bold, and another subsection of people will come to the realization, my God, he's gonna be doing this, and they're gonna try to do something, and it'll be that's how these authoritarian, like, takeovers work. He never does anything dramatic enough that your average, like, sit on the couch, I don't care about anything as long as I can get food. He's never gonna do anything that dramatic that they'll be pissed. He's gonna do things in incremental stuff. And if people start to protest, if people start to get riotous about it, he'll use that as an excuse to crack down on them and slowly take away all the people who care, all the people who know what's going on, until by the time he does make a move, the only people that are left are the middle-of-the-road people who were too lazy to do anything, his fervent supporters, and a whole bunch of people who are going to feel bad about not standing up earlier and won't want to do it now because they'll be like sunk cost fallacy. I love your stream because you're not afraid to talk about politics. I try my best. He does have an army of stupid guys feeding him bad and sometimes contradictory advice, yeah. Was it wrong to pick a black woman as a candidate if your only goal was winning, or do you think swing states really care about that? I honestly don't know. It's certainly like a thing. I don't think the non-whiteness hurt her that much, because like Obama proved that you can win two terms by being black. But I think just misogyny might be more rooted in America than a lot of people realize. One of my theories earlier on was that, you know, young people are out voting in great numbers. Traditionally, young people have leaned towards the Democratic side of things. They've been more progressive. But it's possible with sort of like the manosphere, Andrew Tate pipeline of sort of like, well, women have like a certain place and they've got to do this. They've got to, you know, they're biologically conditioned. That there's a bunch of like young men between the ages of like 18 and 25 who just would not vote for a woman no matter what. Yeah, food becomes a problem, that's when the revolts happen. Unironically, if Trump messes up and like inflation becomes really bad really fast and people can't afford food, then he might have a revolution. It's weird to be like accelerationist about it, but I almost feel like that's probably the best way to go. Misogyny stronger than racism. I think the whole Biden debacle hurt her more than anything. I feel like she was much strong. I feel like if Biden was here, he probably would have lost even harder. Hard to say. I've been seeing more conservative young people lately, yeah. She didn't run at all on being the first woman president. Yeah. Well, they saw what happened when they tried to do that with Hillary. Already can't afford food. Wow, chat is moving quickly. What are people thinking? It seems almost certain that Trump is going to win. Surprisingly, a lot of women didn't want a woman president too, yep. Biden would, I don't know. That's the thing is, like, I feel as though there's a whole bunch of people, a whole subsection of people who would rather vote for the corpse of a man than, like, a living woman. Is it bad that I hope a revolution happens? I mean, a revolution would be probably, like, here's the thing I've been saying. I feel like we're headed towards some kind of disaster either way. The question is, how fast does it happen? How many people does it hurt? And what do we rebound into? You know, we're headed towards the cliff of like, something's gotta give. This experiment's been going on for more than 200 years. The Constitution can't bear the weight anymore. It's gonna crack under its own weight eventually. The pile of sand is going to be tumbling down. The question is, will everything fall apart and a dictator rises up and says, clearly this democracy experiment was a bad idea? Or will they do what I hope is a bunch of people come to their senses and realize what we need is more democracy, less money? It's clear that Kamala's biggest mistake wasn't distancing herself more from Biden. I'm scared, Joe. I'm sorry. I wish I could say everything's gonna be better. But if nothing else, I'll be here to keep you company, keep you entertained through it. I'll try my best. What food would you recommend to get, by the way? Like, just in case? If you're going to stockpile food, you need to get non-perishable food. Preferably, like, canned food. Stuff that you can eat, or stuff that'll last for, like, years. And stuff that you can eat even if the electricity is off. The thing that I've found is actually Spam. I like fried Spam. It's a delicious, like, meat, comes in a can. You can eat it raw. I wouldn't recommend it. It's better fried, but you can eat it raw. I got a bunch of it down in the basement. I hope the military takes over the government. I don't think that would happen. Duel me. Likely ban evader restricted. Okay, I'll just ban you again. It sucks for people who are stuck in apartments and can't afford much food. Yeah. Spam fried rice is great. Your diet sounds like a broke college student at times. Yes. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, like, I have a little bit of perspective because I visit my parents every week and I still connect with them. And they lean, I wouldn't say they lean to the left, but they're like liberals, right? They're like your classic, used to be hippies kind of in the 60s, went through a little phase of getting more progressive. But especially when Trump got power and he started doing stuff, they're like, the Republican Party has lost their way. And to them, when Joe Biden won the nomination for 2020, it was like a huge sigh of relief. They're like, oh, thank God they picked someone who was a common sense, like, man of the people. They don't want radical change. They want to go back to how things were. They're still conservative. It's just that these days, being conservative, maintaining the status quo, is kind of like the Democratic position. And the Republicans are regressive. They want to take things back. It's not enough to maintain what we had in the 90s. They want to go back to like the 40s, the 20s. And so I think that might also be something, is that like in 2020, picking Joe Biden was the right move because it won a lot of moderates. It won a whole lot of like moderate liberals. People who didn't want anything progressive. They were the majority. And it's possible that in 4 years and due to COVID, enough baby boomers have died that the only way the Democrats could have won was by being more progressive. Biden has the... Considering all the powers the Supreme Court has given the president, Biden has the chance to do the funniest reverse Uno. Yeah, the Biden January 6th. Yeah, it seems crazy. Like, everyone seems surprised that he won. Or that he won by this much. Where is Bernie? He's too old, unfortunately. Bernie can still win. So Trump won. Will there be a recount like last time? Unlikely. People need to get actual guns. You know, I'm not the kind of person to... I'm not an expert on guns. I've never owned a gun. I don't know how to use a gun. But I mean, you know, if they're gonna have the loosest gun laws in America and you're part of a minority that might be the victim of violence, it might help to have a gun if you can afford one. Like Marx always said, the guns and ammunition should never be surrendered under any circumstances. Jeb, save us. Hello, Father Anderson. This is how Bernie wins in 2112. Did I throw my vote because I voted for Jill Stein? I mean, yeah. Mathematically, third parties can't win in America. It's not a matter of, like, wanting it more or whatever. Whether or not that one vote really mattered that much in the long term, everything I'm seeing from the swing states seems to indicate that Jill Stein got less than 1% of less than 0.5%. and Kamala's losing by like 7%. Jill could have won if you wished it hard enough. Swiss people own guns, but there's no shooting, yeah. I've come a long way about this. This is one of the things where, like, you know, I lean pretty far to the left, but when it comes to gun control, I'm like, I've been convinced that gun control is useless. That it won't have an impact on gun violence. That the problem is not that we have guns in America. The problem is that we don't have mental health care services. We don't have any form of community. People are hopeless. They have no way to get the help they need. That being said, I still support any attempt to add gun controls, I support, because it's better than nothing, but I don't think it's the main problem. In some states, it's legal to buy a gun without so much as proof of age, yeah. I think it's one of the things I always say whenever I have, like, political arguments with people is, like, we can do both. A variety of tactics. If you have a problem, push at it from every direction possible. Hit it with every tactic that you can. You know, I think that having Medicare for all, so that anyone who is feeling depressed has a professional they can talk to, would do wonders to prevent a whole bunch of mass shootings. Having red flag laws where people are commit domestic abuse, aren't allowed to have weapons for a certain number of years, that would do a whole lot. But if you want to ban sale of certain guns as well, like, sure, they can't hurt. If it prevents at least one shooting, it'll be fine, but I don't think that's going to be, like, the main thing. Other countries also have massive health issues, yeah. Obviously, it's one of those things, you could solve it with two ways. If you got rid of the guns, there'd be a lot less mass shootings. If people had access to mental health care services, if they had community, if they felt like the future offered some chance of hope, there would be a lot less mass killings in general, regardless of how you do it. The thing about America is that at this point, there are so many guns, more guns than people, and such a strong lobby against it, that I feel it's easier to get Medicare for all than it is to try to ban or restrict guns. Reagan repealed mental health care. Thanks, Reagan. I'm scared Serbia will attack Kosovo. I didn't even know that was still, like, a thing that could happen. I thought that war was long over. Shall not be infringed. Yeah, I mean, there's more stuff. Plus, you could always change the... I feel like being like, oh, well, that's in the Constitution. It's like, but why is it in the Constitution? We can change the Constitution. It's not like a law set down from God. That this decade sucks, yes. We are unfortunately in the decline of the American Empire. War never changes. The Constitution was meant to be changed, yeah. Prohibition is back. Well, that was added later, and then they made another amendment to cancel it. Welcome to post-liberalism, yeah. You know, it's the old saying, may you live in interesting times. I think Kamala forgot to return the slab. I don't want to live in historic times. What was I doing again? Okay. Every card gets played 3 times. I get stuff for money. 10s. Oh, it was the 10s and 4s. I've got 11 10s and 2 4s. Oh yeah, and my 10s are blue now. All glass 10s! Okay, so 4 of a kind is worth more than a flush 5 at the moment. And then because of that, it triggers like 6 times in a row. Alright, 7 million. You know, I think we're doing pretty good. Woo, Trump 20. I'm surprised the amount of people coming in here to be like, yeah, like, enjoy your inflation. Do you like a crashed economy, kid? 'Cause that's what you're getting. Four of a kind, sure. Maybe it would get better if Trump dies. I am honestly, that's gonna be the thing, because I honestly believe just because he's the oldest president who's ever been elected. He's only like 2 years younger than Joe Biden. He already rambles. He's already half senile. He's already had a ton of health problems from before. I would not be surprised if he could not make it the entire 4 years. And I haven't the slightest clue what President J.D. Vance would look like. Two planets? Sure. Trump won't last a year. I don't know. Again, I said this when Elon Musk took over Twitter. I was like, I give this website like a week. I give it 6 months at tops, and 3 years later, it's still trucking along somehow. And I lost 2. Can't Vance use the 25th Amendment to basically take over the presidency? I don't know. The president has a whole bunch of options. Does the vice president? Let's see. Oh, we have a chance. Turn the left card into the right card. Yeah, more glass 10s. And then we use the Fool, so we can get another glass 10. I think they came in here to celebrate because you're white. They assume that because I'm white, I support him. No, they don't know I'm a based socialist. Nothing could be worse for me than a Trump presidency. Oh boy. Oh, it's left card into the right card, right? It's late, so I'm like, I need to think about this clearly. What's the highest level of thing I've got? 4 of a kind beats flush 5? Okay. Will a 4 of a kind with just 1 glass 10 at the beginning be enough? I do genuinely worry for my friends. Yeah. I'm worried too. But the best thing we can do, you know, I was supposed to stream for 4 hours. I'm here long into the night. Because I know some people need someone to commiserate with and talk with. I'm not sure if I'm doing a great job of entertaining you. But it's the least I can do. It's, you know, the one bit of advice when it comes to politics or just being a good person in general. Do what you can, when you can, where you can, for as long as you can. You know, I can't sway the election, I can't change policy. All I can do is stay on here and keep you entertained. So I'm gonna try to do my best until I get too tired. Misery loves company. Yeah, if he uses the military against the rat, he did say he would do that. Again, the thing with Trump is it's impossible to tell how much of what he says is, like, just puffery. Ooh, 5 of a kind or flush 5. What's worth more? Flush 5. Okay, so I need to get heiress. I'm doing my best to stay sane. Sometimes that's all you can do, chat. You know? That's why that saying is there. It's not like, you know, go above and beyond, do everything. It's do what you can. Some days, you wake up, and all you can do is make it to the next day. And if you know that that's genuinely the best you can do that. Someday you'll be in a position where you will be able to help someone, where you will be able to make a difference. And just make sure to make use of that opportunity. And thank you, Nor9000. Do 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 do. Remember 12 hours ago when we thought we might win Texas? Yep. Oh, how innocent we were in those days. I've got this. Oh, wait, actually, hold up. Let's turn one of these 9s into a 10. This won't score, but if this triggers 6 times, I'll get, like, a lot of money. And if the lucky triggers it all, will be great. Nope. No lucky. She's so lucky. She's a star, but she cry, cry, cry in her open heart. If there's nothing missing in this life, then why do these tears come at night? Is Trump winning in the swing states? Yes. It's looking like he won every swing state. Sure. One, two, three, four. Yep, 4 of a kind is still better. Oh, we're gonna use all the glass. Yeah. Huh, I wonder... Let's see, it's 25. But this will add another 4 molt for having another one. So does that cross it out? Like, counter it? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I think that was better. Trump has basically won, yeah. We underestimated something, yeah. Again, it's hard to say without seeing, like, exit polls and stuff. $10,000. I think we got to 11,000 last time, but we're getting to the point where, like, it's becoming difficult. But we get stuff for every $5 we have. So I still think it's worth it to play hands like that. We put the multiply... Oh, wait, no. We put the multiply at the end, right? I think that's how this works. I'm not sure if it makes much of a difference. Okay, yeah. Watching this stream, I might try the game out. Oh. Fuck. We still here. We shouldn't be here! We have no discards left. This might be it, Legos. No, we got 6,000 last time. Does keeping this at the hand, everything times 1.5, I think that's better. Let's roll the bones. Ah! First the election and now this. But I think we unlocked something, right? Yeah, we redeemed the blank 10 times. +1 Joe. Wow, that's good. Robbed! Yeah, I'm curious. Do they have my high score somewhere? unlock... Oh, you can just unlock everything if you want? Play a hand that claims 4 sevens of clubs. I woke up to Trump in the lead. Yep. It's looking pretty certain for him. The worst thing to happen tonight. I didn't even lose at the video game. I just didn't get as far as I could have gotten. Oh, stats. Best hand is 1 billion chips. I've made it to ante 12. The 12th round. I believe there was something that shows, like, what the highest rank of everything could be. Okay. I could do one more. We're chilling out. We're waiting for the rest to go. I could spend another half an hour. Just chilling out. Let's see if we can get 7 clubs, shall we, chat? Just play an easy one on base difficulty and a glab deck. The Swiss News said Trump won. Let's see. Free Joker? Sure. Double your money? No. I should be going to sleep. And now I'm like, what was the strategy if you don't have 1,000,000 tens again? I forget. It's like trying to get a flush or a straight. Where's my jack? 7. Six. Nope, I think we lose this one. There's no way we can get 450. Well, maybe. How much does a full house do? Oh, there we go. Okay. Fairly. I'm playing Master Duel. A guy summoned Trump Girl and then surrendered. The memes. 1 in 4 chance for each 8 to create a tarot card. This is like the worst Joker ever! Oh, great. And the raise the cap is here, so my ability to get money is, like, out. Flushes and straights can be made with 4 cards. It's $0. Yeah, there's a thing where, when you get to, bind, you can choose to skip it, and you'll get some bonus instead. So you lose out on anything you would get from that duel. But in this case, it's like, the next you'll have 1 Joker in the store, it'll be free, and it'll have hologram or foil, which means it gives 50 chance. It was a skip, yeah. Let's open the buffoon pack. I need money. We're getting the to-do list. Make another Joker. Reserved parking. Should have done it in the other way. Okay, so if I play 3 of a kind, I'll get $4. Well, there you go. And then this is every face card held in the hand has a half chance to give you $1. Oh hey, another 3 of a kind, although, wait, the 8s! I got all 3 8s, baby! And there's the 4th 8. Oh, there's literally not another 8 in the deck. I'm really close. Might as well just play this 8 and see if I get it. Oh, it would have been better just playing the 4 of the 3 of the kind again. Okay, there's no reason to buy this anymore. I guess we see if we get an 8. Got a 4. I don't think we want that. We'll just skip. Okay, so the big thing about this run, which you can't see because I'm in the way, but every time you beat a boss, you get the double tag, which means if you skip, you get double what that says. So in this case, I can skip this one and I get 2 rare jokers for free. Or I could skip the next one and get 2 Mega Arcana packs. I'm gonna take the rare jokers. Okay, so 4 of a kind, I don't think that's likely. I don't think we should even worry about it. Pair of 8s. Wait. 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. That didn't work out for me. 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack. How many 10s do I have left? 2. I've got 2 8s. Got 1 7. So we'll play this. We can turn 2 things into diamonds. Oh wait, 3. Yeah, let's just see if we can get higher. We'll just play a pair and get rid of these 2. Camel Harris. I've called your candidate a camel. What do you say? Convert to diamonds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I'm not. I haven't won yet. I might as well use this. Times 3 if you have 16 enhanced cards. I do not. Okay, we made it. Where's the electoral map from? CNN has Kamala at 195. It's the Associated Press. Each king held in hand gives 1.5. Okay, we're selling this. And then each played card with a spade gives 1.5. But it changes, the suit changes. So we shouldn't change the suits too much. We need to have a little bit of all. But this helps me if kings are held in hand. This gives me money if kings are held in hand. This gives me taros if I play 8s. So it looks like what we need to do for the time being is create more 8s and enhanced cards and keep the kings in our hand. You can play only one hand type this round. Make it count. I think 2 pair, it's not very much, but we can realistically get it. Yeah, we'll get rid of this 4 as well. Oh, hey, we got a devil. How many 10s do we have? We have a lot of 10s left. We have a lot of jacks left. I could maybe discard the 5s and hope I pull something better. Yeah, I have 3 of everything, except for the 8. I guess I'm going to have to give up the 8. Alright, that paid off. It might not have paid off. If I do that, then the kings are just, like, dead. I have 1 jack, I have 2 9s. Yep. We might have just lost it here, unfortunately. I shouldn't have gone with 2 pair. And there we go. Punished! You know what they say, the house always wins, baby. The house always wins. My brain is too fried to know what's happening, yeah. And I think it might be a little bit too. Getting a little tired, throat's hurting. I still have to, if you don't know, tomorrow we are doing the, we're doing the Ritual Beast ladder climb. He can be your devil or your angel. Yeah, so I think I'm going to call it here. I wonder if anyone I know is streaming. I feel like I kept it up longer than anyone else. No. Stevie Blunder is still live.
We're down here.
It looks like he's playing League of Legends, though. It says Master Duel, but it's League of Legends. Oh, why thank you, Freddy, for the 2 gifted subs. Oh, the Dungeon Dice Monsters episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is playing on the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel channel. Or the Yu-Gi-Oh! Official channel. So, you know what? I'll send you over there, Chad. If you still want something to watch, go watch Duke Devlin. For now, I'm heading to bed. Sorry things didn't turn out the way we expected, but like I said earlier, life goes on. and I will continue to provide entertainment as long as I can. Hopefully, you know, it's not much, but I'll do what I can. As I said earlier, tomorrow we'll be playing Ritual Beast. We'll be having the second ladder climb stream on Thursday. And then Friday will be Master Duel Masochist. So you'll have streams all this week to distract you from the horrors. Trump's day one plan is to outlaw the ladder climb. I'd like to see him stop me. They'll have to drag me away. The ladder climb will not stop. So check that out. For now, go watch Yu-Gi-Oh! And until tomorrow, or I guess later today, 14 hours from now, I'll be back. Good luck and have fun.